the mind that serves it. Then again the senses, agitated by the stained mind, lose their own stability. Those objects again for whose acquisition the understanding strives, regarding them to be beneficial, become productive of grief and ultimately meet with destruction. Those objects, after destruction, are recollected by the mind, and accordingly they afflict the mind even after they are lost. The understanding is afflicted at the same time, for the mind is said to be different from the understanding only when the mind is considered in respect of its chief function of receiving impressions about whose certainty it is no judge. In reality, however, the mind is identical with the understanding. 1102. The rajas, productive of only sorrow and evil of every kind, that is in the understanding, then overwhelms the soul itself that lies over the rajas-stained understanding like an image upon a mirror. 1103. It is the mind that first unites in friendship with rajas. Having united itself, it seizes the soul, the understanding, and the senses, like a false minister seizing the king and the citizens after having conspired with a foe, and makes them over to rajas, with which it has united itself. Section CCLV. Bhishma said, "Do thou, O son, O sinless one, listen once more, with feelings of great pride, to the words that fell from the lips of the island-born rishi on the subject of the enumeration of the entities. Like unto a blazing fire, for having transcended all ignorance, the great rishi said these words unto his son who resembled a fire wrapped in smoke. 1104. Instructed by what he said, I also, O son, shall again expound to thee that certain knowledge, which dispels ignorance. The properties possessed by earth are immobility, weight, hardness, productiveness, scent, density, capacity to absorb scents of all kinds, cohesion, habitableness, in respect of vegetables and animals, and that attribute of the mind which is called patience, of the capacity to bear. The properties of water are coolness, taste, moisture, liquidity, softness, agreeableness, tongue, fluidity, capacity to be congealed, and power to melt many earthly products. 1105. The properties of fire are irresistible energy, inflammability, heat, capacity to soften, light, sorrow, disease, speed, fury, and invariably upward motion. The properties of the wind are touch that is neither hot nor cool, capacity to assist the organ of speech, independence, in respect of motion, strength, celerity, power to assist all kinds of emission or discharge, power to raise other objects, breaths inhaled and exhaled, life, as the attribute of chit, and birth, including death. The properties of space are sound, extension, capacity of being enclosed, absence of refuge for resting upon, absence of all necessity for such refuge, status of being unmanifest, capacity for modification, incapacity for producing resistance, material cause for producing the sense of hearing, and the unoccupied portions of the human body. These are the 50 properties, as declared, that constitute the essence of the 5 elementary entities. 1106. Patience, reasoning or disputation, remembrance, forgetfulness or error, imagination, endurance, propensity towards good, propensity towards evil, and restlessness, these are the properties of the mind. Destruction of both good and evil thoughts, that is, dreamless slumber, perseverance, concentration, decision, and ascertainment of all things resting upon direct evidence, constitute the 5 properties of the understanding. Yudhishthira said, how can the understanding be said to have 5 properties? How again can the 5 senses be spoken of as properties of the 5 elementary entities? Expound to me, O grandsire, all this that seems to be very abstruse. Bhishma said, the understanding is said to possess altogether 60 properties, for the understanding includes the 5 elements. 1107. All those properties exist in a state of union with the soul. The Vedas declare, O son, that the elements, their 50 properties, together with the mind and the understanding and their 9 and 5 properties, are all created by him who is above all deterioration. These 170 entities, therefore, are not eternal, like the soul. The theories contradicting the revelation that have in the previous Vedas, O son, been placed before thee, about the origin of the universe and its other incidents, are all defective in the eye of reason. Carefully attending, however, in this world to all that I have said unto thee about the Supreme Brahma, do thou, after attaining to the puissance that the knowledge of Brahma offers, seek to win tranquility of heart. 1108. Section Glavi. Yiddish theory said, these lords of earth that lie on the earth's surface amid their respective hosts, these princes endued with great might, are now reft of animation. Every one of these mighty monarchs was possessed of strength equal to that of 10,000 elephants. Alas! These have all been slain by men possessed of equal prowess and might. I do not behold anyone else, in the world, that could slay any of these men in battle. 1109. All of them were endued with great prowess, great energy, and great strength. Possessed also of great wisdom, they are now lying on the bare ground, deprived of life. With respect to all these men that are deprived of life, the word that is used is that they are dead. Of terrible prowess, all these kings are said to be dead. On this subject doubt has arisen in my mind. Whence is animation and whence is death? Who is it that dies? Is it the gross body, the subtle body, or the soul, that dies? Whence is death? For what reason also doth death take away living creatures? O grandsire, tell me this, O thou that resemblest to celestial. Bhishma said, in days of old, in the Krita age, O son, there was a king of the name of Anakampaka. His cars and elephants and horses and men having been reduced in number, he was brought under the sway of his foes in battle. His son, named Hari, who resembled Narayana himself in strength, was in that battle slain by his foes along with all his followers and troops. Afflicted with grief on account of the death of his son, and himself brought under the sway of foes, the king devoted himself thence to a life of tranquility. One day, while wandering without a purpose, he met the sage Narada on the earth. The monarch told Narada all that had happened, viz., the death of his son in battle and his own capture by his enemies. Having heard his words, Narada, possessed of wealth of penances, then recited to him the following narrative for dispelling his grief on account of the death of his son. Narada said, listen now, O monarch, to the following narrative of rather lengthy details as these had occurred. I myself heard it formerly, O king. Endued with great energy, the grandsire, at the time of the creation of the universe, created a large number of living beings. These multiplied greatly, and none of them met with death. There was no part of the universe that was not overcrowded with living creatures, O thou of unfading glory. Indeed, O king, the 3 worlds seemed to swell with living beings, and became as it were breathless. Then, O monarch, the thought arose in the grandsire's mind as to how he should destroy that overgrown population. Reflecting on the subject, the self-born, however, could not decide what the means should be by which the destruction of life was to be brought about. Thereupon, O king, Brahman gave way to wrath, and in consequence of his wrath a fire issued out of his body. With that fire born of his wrath, the grandsire burnt all the quarters of the universe, O monarch. Indeed, that conflagration born of the divine Lord's anger, O king, burnt heaven and earth and the firmament and the whole universe with all its mobile and immobile beings. Truly, when the grandsire thus gave way to wrath, all mobile and immobile beings began to be consumed by the irresistible energy of that passion. Then the divine and auspicious Sthanu, that slayer of hostile heroes, that lord of the Vedas and the scriptures, filled with compassion, sought to gratify Brahman. When Sthanu came to Brahman from motives of benevolence, the great god, burning with energy, addressed him, saying, "Thou deservest boons at my hands. What desire of thine shall I accomplish? I shall do thee good by accomplishing whatever is in thy breast." Section Kvi. Sthanu said, "Know, O Lord, that my solicitations to thee are on behalf of the created beings of the universe. These beings have been created by thee. Do not be angry with them, O grandsire. By the fire born of thy energy, O illustrious one, all the created beings are being consumed. Beholding them placed in such a plight, I am penetrated with compassion. Do not be angry with them, O Lord of the universe." The Lord of all created beings said, "I am not angry, nor is it my wish that all the created beings should cease to exist. It is only for lightening the burthen of the earth that destruction is desirable. The goddess Earth, afflicted with the weight of creatures, solicited me, O Mahadeva, for destroying them, especially as she seemed to sink under their burthen into the water. When after exercising my intelligence for even a long while I could not hit upon the means by which to accomplish the destruction of this overgrown population, it was then that wrath took possession of my breast." Sthanu said, "Do not give way to wrath, O Lord of the deities, with respect to this matter about the destruction of living creatures. Be gratified. Let not these mobile and immobile beings be destroyed. All tanks, all kinds of grass and herbs, all immobile beings, and all mobile creatures also of the 4 varieties, are being consumed. The whole universe is about to be denuded of beings. Be gratified, O Divine Lord. O thou of righteous heart, even this is the boon that I solicit at thy hands. If destroyed, these creatures would not come back. Therefore, let this energy of thine be neutralized by thy own energy. Actuated by compassion for all created beings, find some means so that, O grandsire, these living creatures may not burn. Oh, let not these living creatures perish with even their descendants thus destroyed. Thou hast appointed me as the presider over the consciousness of all living creatures, O Lord of all the lords of the universe. All this mobile and immobile universe of life, O Lord of the universe, hath sprung from thee. Pacifying thee, O God of gods, I beg of thee that living creatures may repeatedly come back into the world, undergoing repeated deaths." Narada continued, hearing these words of Sthanu, the divine Brahman of restrained speech and mind, himself suppressed that energy of his within his own heart. Suppressing that fire that had been devastating the universe, the illustrious Brahman, adored of all, and possessed of illimitable puissance, then arranged for both birth and death in respect of all living creatures. After the self-born had withdrawn and suppressed that fire, there came out, from all the outlets of his body, a lady attired in robes of black and red, with black eyes, black palms, wearing a pair of excellent earrings, and adorned with celestial ornaments. Having sprung from Brahman's body, the lady took her station on his right. The 2 foremost of deities thereupon looked at her. Then, O king, the puissant self-born, the original cause of all the worlds, saluted her and said, "O death, slay these creatures of the universe." Filled with anger and resolved to bring about the destruction of created beings, I have called thee. 1110. Do thou, therefore, commence to destroy all creatures foolish or learned. O lady, slay all created beings without making exception in anybody's favor. At my command thou wilt win great prosperity. Thus addressed, the goddess, Death, adorned with a garland of lotuses, began to reflect sorrowfully and shed copious tears. Without allowing her tears, however, to fall down, she held them, O king, in her joined palms. She then besought the self-born, impelled by the desire of doing good to mankind. Section 12. Narada said, the large-eyed lady, controlling her grief by an effort of her own, addressed the grandsire, with joined hands and bending in an attribute of humility like a creeper. And she said, How, O foremost of speakers, shall a lady like me that has sprung from thee proceed to accomplish such a terrible feat, a feat, that is, which is sure to inspire all living creatures with dread? I fear to do aught that is iniquitous. Do thou appoint such work for me as is righteous. Thou sayest that I am frightened. Oh, cast a compassionate glance upon me. I shall not be able to cut off living creatures, infants, youths, and aged ones, who have done me no injury. O Lord of all creatures, I bow to thee, be gratified with me. I shall not be able to cut off dear sons and loved friends and brothers and mothers and fathers. If these die, through my act, their surviving relatives will surely curse me. I am filled with fear at the prospect of this. 1111. The tears of the sorrow-stricken survivors will burn me for eternity. I am very much afraid of them, whose relatives I shall have to cut off. I seek thy protection. All sinful creatures, slain by me, will have to sink into the infernal regions. I seek to gratify thee, O boon-giving God. Extend to me thy grace, O puissant Lord. I seek the gratification of this wish, O grandsire of all the worlds. O foremost of all the gods, I seek, through thy grace, even this object, viz., permission to undergo severe austerities. The grandsire said, O death, thou hast been intended by me for the destruction of all creatures. Go, and set thyself to the task of slaying all. Do not reflect upon the propriety or otherwise of this act. This must certainly be. It cannot be otherwise. O sinless one, O lady of faultless limbs, do thou accomplish the behest I have uttered. Thus addressed, O thou of mighty arms, the lady called Death, O conqueror of hostile cities, spoke not a word, but humbly stood there with her eyes upturned towards the puissant Lord of all creatures. Brahman addressed her repeatedly, but the lady seemed to be herself deprived of life. Beholding her thus, the God of gods, that Lord of lords, became silent. Indeed, the self-born, by an effort of his will, became gratified. Smiling, the Lord of all the worlds then cast his eyes on the universe. It has been heard by us that when that unconquered and illustrious Lord subdued his wrath, the lady, called Death, went away from his side. Leaving Brahman's side without having promised to accomplish the destruction of living creatures, Death quickly proceeded, O king, to the sacred spot known by the name of Chenuka. There the goddess practiced the severest austerities for 5 and 10 billions of years, all the while standing upon one foot. 1112. After she practiced such exceedingly severe austerities in that place, Brahman of great energy once more said unto her, Do thou accomplish my behest, O Death. Disregarding this command, the lady once more practiced penances standing upon one foot for 20 billions of years, O giver of honors. And once more, O son, she led a life in the woods with the deer for another long period consisting of 10,000 billions of years. 1113. And once, O foremost of men, she passed twice 10,000 years, living upon air only as her sustenance. Once again, O monarch, she observed the excellent vow of silence for 8,000 years, passing the whole time in water. Then that maiden, O best of kings, went to the river Kausiki. She began to pass her days in the observance of another vow, living the while upon only water and air. After this, O monarch, the blessed maiden proceeded to the Ganges and thence to the mountains of Meru. Moved by the desire of doing good to all living creatures, she stood perfectly motionless like a piece of wood. Proceeding thence to the summit of him that where the deities had performed their great sacrifice, she stood there for another 100 billions of years, supporting her weight upon only the toes of her feet with the object of gratifying the grandsire with such an act of austerity. Wending thither, the creator and destroyer of the universe again addressed her, saying, "Upon what art thou engaged, O daughter? Accomplish those words of mine." Addressing the divine grandsire, the maiden once more said, "I am unable to cut off living creatures, O God. I seek to gratify thee, so that I may be excused of this behest." Frightened at the prospect of a demerit, she prayed the grandsire for being excused of obedience to his command. The grandsire silenced her, and once more addressed her, saying, "No demerit will accrue, O death. Do thou, O auspicious maiden, set thyself to the task of destroying living creatures. That which I have uttered, O amiable girl, cannot certainly be falsified. Eternal righteousness shall now take refuge in thee. Myself and all the deities shall always be employed in seeking thy good. This other wish that is in thy heart I grant thee. Living creatures shall be afflicted by disease, and, dying, shall cast the blame on thee. Thou shalt become a male in all male beings, a female in all female beings, and a eunuch in all those that are of the third sex. 1114. Thus addressed by Brahman, O king, the maiden at last said, with joined hands unto that high-souled and undeteriorating Lord of all the deities, these words, "I am unable to obey thy command." The great God, without relenting, again said unto her, "O death, do thou kill men? I shall so ordain that thou shalt not incur any demerit by doing this, O auspicious lady. Those teardrops that I see fallen from thy eyes, and that thou still boldest in thy joined hands, shall take the form of terrible diseases, and even they shall destroy men when their hours come. When the end comes of living creatures, thou shalt dispatch desire and wrath together against them. Immeasurable merit shall be thine. Thou shalt not incur iniquity, being thyself perfectly equal in thy behavior. 1115. By doing this thou wilt only observe righteousness instead of sinking thyself into iniquity. Do thou, therefore, set thy heart upon the task at hand, and addressing desire and wrath begin to slay all living creatures. Thus addressed, that lady, called by the name of Death, became afraid of Brahman's curse and answered him, saying, "Yes." From that time she began to dispatch desire and wrath as the last hours of living creatures, and through their agency to put a stop to their life breaths. Those tears that death had shed are the diseases by which the bodies of men become afflicted. At the destruction, therefore, of living creatures, one should not, understanding, with the aid of the intelligence, to what cause such destruction is due, give way to grief. As the senses of all creatures disappear when the latter become plunged into dreamless sleep and return once more when they awake, after the same manner all human beings, upon the dissolution of their bodies, have to go into the other world and return thence to this, O lion among kings. The element called wind, that is endued with terrible energy and mighty prowess and deafening roars, operates as the life in all living creatures. That wind, when the bodies of living creatures are destroyed, escaping from the old becomes engaged in diverse functions in diverse new bodies. For this reason, the wind is called the lord of the sameness and is distinguished above the other elements constituting the gross body. The gods, without exception, when their merits cease, have to take birth as mortal creatures on earth. Similarly, all mortal creatures also, when they acquire sufficient merit, succeed in attaining to the status of gods. Therefore, O lion among kings, do not grieve for thy son. Thy son has attained to heaven and is enjoying great happiness there. It was thus, O monarch, that death was created by the self-born, and it is in this way that she cuts off duly all living creatures when their hours come. The tears she had shed become diseases, which, when their last hours come, snatch away all beings endued with life. Section clicks. Yiddish theory said, all men that inhabit this earth are filled with doubts in respect of the nature of righteousness. Who is this that is called righteousness? Whence also does righteousness come? Tell me this, O grandsire. Is righteousness for service in this world, or is it for service in the next world? Or is it for service both here and hereafter? Tell me this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, the practices of the good, the Smritis, and the Vedas are the three indications, sources, of righteousness. Besides these, the learned have declared that the purpose, for which an act is accomplished, is the fourth indication of righteousness. 1116. The rishis of old have declared what acts are righteous and also classified them as superior or inferior in point of merit. The rules of righteousness have been laid down for the conduct of the affairs of the world. In both the worlds, that is, here and hereafter, righteousness produces happiness as its fruits. A sinful person, unable to acquire merit by subtle ways, becomes stained with sin only. Some are of opinion that sinful persons can never be cleansed of their sins. In seasons of distress, a person by even speaking an untruth acquires the merit of speaking the truth, even as a person who accomplishes an unrighteous act acquires by that very means the merit of having done a righteous act. Conduct is the refuge of righteousness. Thou shouldst know what righteousness is, aided by conduct. 1117. It is the nature of man that he neither sees nor proclaims his own faults, but notices and proclaims those of others. The very thief, stealing what belongs to others, spends the produce of his theft in acts of apparent virtue. During a time of anarchy, the thief takes great pleasure in appropriating what belongs to others. When others, however, rob him of what he has acquired by robbery, he then wishes forthwith for a king, for invoking punishment on the head of the offenders. At even such a time, when his indignation for offended rights of property is at its highest, he secretly covets the wealth of those that are contented with their own. Fearlessly and without a doubt in his mind, when he is himself the victim of a robbery, he repairs to the king's palace with a mind cleansed of every sin. Within even his own heart he does not see the stain of any evil act. 1118. To speak the truth is meritorious. There is nothing higher than truth. Everything is upheld by truth, and everything rests upon truth. Even the sinful and ferocious, swearing to keep the truth amongst themselves, dismiss all grounds of quarrel, and uniting with one another set themselves to their sinful tasks, depending upon truth. If they behaved falsely towards one another, they would then be destroyed without doubt. One should not take what belongs to others. That is an eternal obligation. Powerful men regard it as one that has been introduced by the weak. When, however, the destiny of these men becomes adverse, this injunction then meets with their approval. Then again they that surpass others in strength or prowess do not necessarily become happy. 1119. Therefore, do not ever set thy heart on any act that is wrong. One behaving in this way hath no fear of dishonest men or thieves or the king. Not having done any injury to any one, such a man lives fearlessly and with a pure heart. A thief fears everybody, like a deer driven from the woods into the midst of an inhabited village. He thinks other people to be as sinful as himself. One that is of pure heart is always filled with cheerfulness and hath no fear from any direction. Such a person never sees his own misconduct in others. 1120. persons engaged in doing good to all creatures have said that the practice of charity is another high duty. They that are possessed of wealth think that this duty has been laid down by those that are indigent. When, however, those wealthy men meet with poverty in consequence of some turn of fortune, the practice of charity then recommends itself to them. Men that are exceedingly wealthy do not necessarily meet with happiness. 1121. Knowing how painful it is to himself, a person should never do that to others which he dislikes when done to him by others. 1122. What can one who becomes the lover of another man's wife say to another man, guilty of the same transgression? It is seen, however, that even such a one, when he sees his lady with another lover, becomes unable to forgive the act. 1123. How can one who, to draw breath himself, think of preventing another by a murderous act from doing the same? Whatever wishes one entertains with respect to one's own self, one should certainly cherish with respect to another. With the surplus wealth one may happen to own, one should relieve the wants of the indigent. It is for this reason that the Creator ordained practice of increasing one's wealth by trade or laying it out at interest. 1124. One should walk along that path by proceeding along which one may hope to meet with the deities, or, at such times when wealth is gained, adherence to the duties of sacrifice and gift is laudable. 1125. The sages have said that the accomplishment of the objects by means of agreeable, specific means is righteousness. C.O. Yudhishthira, that even this is the criterion that has been kept in view in declaring the indications of righteousness and iniquity. 1126. In days of old the Creator ordained righteousness, endowing it with the power of holding the world together. The conduct of the good, that is fraught with excellence, is subjected to numerous restraints for acquiring righteousness, which depends upon many delicate considerations. The indications of righteousness have now been recounted to thee, O foremost one of Kuru's race. Do not, therefore, at any time set thy understanding upon any act that is wrong. Section CCLX. Yudhishthira said, Thou sayest that righteousness or duty depends upon delicate considerations, that is indicated by the conduct of those that are called good, that it is fraught with restraints from numerous acts, and that its indications are also contained in the Vedas. It seems to me, however, that I have a certain inward light in consequence of which I can discriminate between right and wrong by inferences. 1127. Numerous questions that I had intended to ask thee have all been answered by thee. There is one question, however, that I shall presently ask. It is not prompted, O King, by desire of empty disputation. All these embodied creatures, it seems, take birth, exist, and leave their bodies, of their own nature. Duty and its reverse, therefore, cannot be ascertained, O Bharata, by study of the scriptures alone. 1128. The duties of a person who is well off are of one kind. Those of a person who has fallen into distress are of another kind. How can duty respecting seasons of distress be ascertained by reading the scriptures alone? 1129. The acts of the good, thou hast said, constitute righteousness, or duty. The good, however, are to be ascertained by their acts. The definition, therefore, has for its foundation a begging of the question, with the result that what is meant by conduct of the good remains unsettled. It is seen that some ordinary person commits unrighteousness while apparently achieving righteousness. Some extraordinary persons again may be seen who achieve righteousness by committing acts that are apparently unrighteous. 1130. Then, again, the proof of what I say has been furnished by even those that are well conversant with the scriptures themselves, for it has been heard by us that the ordinances of the Vedas disappear gradually in every successive age. The duties in the Krita age are of one kind, those in the Treta are of another kind, and those in the Dwapara are again different. The duties in the Kali age, again, are entirely of another kind. It seems, therefore, that duties have been laid down for the respective ages according to the powers of human beings in the respective ages. When, therefore, all the declarations in the Vedas do not apply equally to all the ages, the saying that the declarations of the Vedas are true is only a popular form of speech indulged in for popular satisfaction. From the Srutis have originated the Smritis, whose scope again is very wide. If the Vedas be authority for everything, then authority would attach to the Smritis also, for the latter are based on the former. When, however, the Srutis and the Smritis contradict each other, how can either be authoritative? Then again, it is seen that when some wicked persons of great might cause certain portions of certain courses of righteous acts to be stopped, these are destroyed forever. 1131. Whether we know it or know it not, whether we are able to ascertain it or not to ascertain it, the course of duty is finer than the edge of a razor and grosser than even a mountain. Righteousness, in the form of sacrifices and other religious acts, at first appears in the form of the romantic edifices of vapor seen in the distant sky. When, however, it is examined by the learned, it disappears and becomes invisible. 1132. Like the small ponds at which the cattle drink or the shallow aqueducts along cultivated fields that dry up very soon, the eternal practices inculcated in the Smritis, falling into discontinuance, at last disappear totally, in the Kali age. Amongst men that are not good some are seen to become hypocrites, in respect of the acquisition of righteousness, by suffering themselves to be urged by desire. Some become so, urged by the wishes of others. Others, numbering many, tread in the same path, influenced by diverse other motives of a similar character. 1133. It cannot be denied that such acts, though accomplished by persons under the influence of evil passions, are righteous. Fools, again, say that righteousness is an empty sound among those called good. They ridicule such persons and regard them as men destitute of reason. Many great men, again, turning back from the duties of their own order, betake themselves to the duties of the kingly order. No such conduct, therefore, is to be seen, as observed by any man, which is fraught with universal benevolence. 1134. By a certain course of conduct one becomes really meritorious. That very course of conduct obstructs another in the acquisition of merit. Another, by practicing at his pleasure that conduct, it is seen, remains unchanged. 1135. Thus that conduct by which one becomes meritorious impedes another in the acquisition of merit. One may thus see that all courses of conduct are seen to lose singleness of purpose and character. It seems, therefore, that only that which the learned of ancient times called righteousness is righteousness to this day, and through that course of conduct, which the learned so settled, the distinctions and limitations that govern the world have become eternal. 1136. Section Glucksy. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old narrative of the conversation of Tiladara with Jujli on the topic of righteousness. There was once a Brahmana of the name of Jujli who lived in a certain forest, practicing the ways of a forest recluse. 1137. Of austere penances, he proceeded on a certain occasion towards the seashore, and having arrived there began to practice the most severe penances. Observing many vows and restraints, his food regulated by many rules of fast, his body clad in rags and skins, bearing matted locks on his head, his entire person smeared with filth and clay. That Brahmana, possessed of intelligence, passed many years there, suspending speech, and engaged in yoga meditation. Possessed of great energy, that regenerate ascetic, O monarch, while living within the waters of the sea, roamed through all the worlds with the speed of the mind, desirous of seeing all things. 1138. Having beheld the whole earth bounded by the ocean and adorned with rivers and lakes and woods, the ascetic one day, while sitting under the water, began to think in this strain: in this world of mobile and immobile creatures there is none equal to me, who can roam with me among the stars and planets in the firmament and dwell again within the waters. Unseen by the Rakshasas, while he repeated this to himself, the Pisachas said unto him, It behoves thee not to say so. There is a man, named Tiladara, possessed of great fame and engaged in the business of buying and selling. Even he, O best of regenerate persons, is not worthy of saying such words as thou sayest. Thus addressed by those beings, Judgely of austere penances replied unto them, saying, I shall see that famous Tiladara who is possessed of such wisdom. When the Rishi said those words, those superhuman beings raised him from the sea, and said unto him, O best of regenerate persons, go thou along this road. Thus addressed by those beings, Judgely proceeded onwards with a cheerless heart. Arrived at Varanasi, he met Tiladara, whom he addressed, saying the following words. Yudhishthira said, What, O sire, are those difficult feats that Judgely had performed before, in consequence of which he had acquired such high success? It behoveth thee to describe them to me. Bhishma said, Judgely had become engaged in penances of the severest austerities. He used to perform oblations morning and evening. Carefully tending his fires, he was devoted to the study of the Vedas. Well conversant with the duties laid down for forest recluses, Judgely, in consequence of his practices, seemed to blaze with effulgence. 1139. He continued to live in the woods, engaged all the while in penances. But he never regarded himself as one that had acquired any merit by his acts. In the season of the rains he slept under the open sky. In autumn he sat in water. In summer he exposed himself to the sun and the wind. Still he never regarded himself as one that had acquired any merit through such acts. He used to sleep on diverse kinds of painful beds and also on the bare earth. Once on a time, that ascetic, while standing under the sky in the rainy season, received on his head repeated downpours from the clouds. He had to pass through the woods repeatedly. What with exposure to the rains and what with the filth they caught, the locks of that sinless rishi became entangled and intertwined with one another. On one occasion, that great ascetic, abstaining entirely from food and living upon air only, stood in the forest like a post of wood. Unmoved at heart, he stood there, without once stirring an inch. That while he stood there like a wooden post, perfectly immovable, O Bharata, a pair of cooling birds, O king, built their nest on his head. Filled with compassion, the great rishi suffered that feathery couple in building their nest among his matted locks with shreds of grass. And as the ascetic stood there like a post of wood, the two birds lived with confidence on his head happily. The rains passed away and autumn came. The couple, urged by desire, approached each other according to the law of the Creator, and in complete confidence laid their eggs, O king, on the head of that rishi. Of rigid vows and possessed of energy, the ascetic knew it. Knowing what the birds had done, Judgely moved not. Firmly resolved to acquire merit, no act that involved the slightest injury to others could recommend itself to him. The feathery couple going away and moving every day from unto his head, happily and confidently lived there, O puissant king. When in the progress of time the eggs became mature and young ones came out, they began to grow up in that nest, for Jijli moved not in the least. Firm in the observance of his vows, the righteous Sudrishi continued to hold and protect those eggs by standing on that very spot perfectly motionless and wrapped in yoga meditation. In course of time, the young ones grew and became equipped with wings. The Muni knew that the young Kulingas had attained to that stage of development. That foremost of intelligent men, steady in the observance of vows, one day beheld those young ones and became filled with pleasure. The parent birds, seeing their young ones equipped with wings, became very happy and continued to dwell in the Rishi's head with them in perfect safety. The learned Jijli saw that when the young birds became equipped with wings, they took to the air every evening and returned to his head without having proceeded far. He still stood motionless on that spot. Sometimes, after he saw that, left by their parents, they went out by themselves and returned again by themselves. Jijli still moved not. A little while after, the young birds going away in the morning passed the whole day out of his sight, but came back in the evening for dwelling in the nest. Sometimes, after that, leaving their nest for 5 days at a stretch, they returned on the 6th day. Jijli still moved not. Subsequently, when their strength became fully developed, they left him and returned not at all even after many days. At last, on one occasion, leaving him, they came not even after a month. Then, O king, Jijli left that spot. When they had thus gone away for good, Jijli wondered much, and thought that he had achieved ascetic success. Then pride entered its heart. Firm in the observance of vows, the great ascetic, seeing the birds thus leave him after having been reared on his head, thought highly of himself, and became filled with delight. He, then, bathed in a stream and poured libations on the sacred fire, and paid his adorations to the rising sun. Indeed, having thus caused those Chataka birds to grow on his head, Jijli, that foremost of ascetics, began to slap his armpits and proclaim loudly through the sky, "I have one great merit." Then an invisible voice arose in the sky and Jijli heard these words, "Thou art not equal, O Jijli, to Tiladara in point of righteousness. Possessed of great wisdom, that Tiladara lives at Varanasi. Even he is not fit to say what thou sayest, O regenerate one." Hearing these words, Jijli became filled with wrath, and desirous of meeting Tiladara, O monarch, began to roam over the whole earth, observing the vow of silence and passing the night at that spot where evening overtook him. 1140. After a considerable time he reached the city of Varanasi, and saw Tiladara engaged in selling miscellaneous articles. 1141. As soon as the shopkeeper Tiladara beheld the Brahmana arrived at his place, he cheerfully stood up and worshipped the guest with proper salutations. 1142. Tiladara said, "Without doubt, O Brahmana, it is known to me that thou hast come to me. Listen, however, O foremost of regenerate persons, to what I say. Living on a low land near the seashore, thou underwentest very austere penances. But thou hadst no consciousness of having achieved righteousness or merit. When thou didst at last attain to ascetic success, certain birds were born on thy head. Thou tookest great care of the little creatures. When at last those birds became equipped with wings, and when they began to leave thy head for going hither and thither in search of food, it was then that, in consequence of having thus assisted at the birth of those Chatakas, thou beganest to feel the impulse of pride, O Brahmana, thinking thou hadst achieved great merit. 1143. Then, O foremost of regenerate persons, thou heardest in the sky a voice that referred to me. The words thou didst hear filled thee with wrath, and as the consequence thereof thou art here. Tell me, What wish of thine I shall accomplish, O best of Brahmanas. Section Klixi. Bhishma said, thus addressed by the intelligent Tiladhara on that occasion, judgely of great intelligence, that foremost of ascetics, said these words unto him. Judgely said, thou sellest all kinds of juices and scents, O son of a trader, as also barks and leaves of large trees and herbs and their fruits and roots. How hast thou succeeded in acquiring a certitude or stability of understanding? Whence hath this knowledge come to thee? O thou with great intelligence, tell me all this in detail. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by that Brahmana possessed of great fame, Tiladhara of the Vaisya order, well acquainted with the truths touching the interpretations of morality and contented with knowledge, discoursed to Judgely who had undergone severe penances upon the ways of morality. 1144. Tiladhara said, O Judgely, I know morality, which is eternal, with all its mysteries. It is nothing else than that ancient morality which is known to all, and which consists of universal friendliness, and is fraught with beneficence to all creatures. 1145. That mode of living which is founded upon a total harmlessness towards all creatures, or, in case of actual necessity, upon the minimum of such harm, is the highest morality. I live according to that mode, O Judgely. This my house hath been built with wood and grass cut by other people's hands. Lacti, the roots of nymphea lotus, filaments of the lotus, diverse kinds of good scents, 1146, and many kinds of liquids, O regenerate Trishi, with the exception of wines, I purchase from other people's hand and sell without cheating. He, O Judgely, is said to know what morality or righteousness is, who is always the friend of all creatures and who is always engaged in the good of all creatures, in thought, word, and deed. I never solicit anyone. I never quarrel with anyone. I never cherish aversion for anyone. I never cherish desire for anything. I cast equal eyes upon all things and all creatures. Behold, O Judgely, this is my vow. My scales are perfectly even, O Judgely, with respect to all creatures. 1147. I neither praise nor blame the acts of others, viewing this variety in the world, O foremost of Brahmanas, to be like the variety observable in the sky. 1148. Know, O Judgely, that I cast equal eye upon all creatures. O foremost of intelligent men, I see no difference between a clod of earth, a piece of stone, and a lump of gold. As the blind, the deaf, and they that are destitute of reason, are perfectly consoled for the loss of their senses, after the same manner am I consoled, by their example, for the enjoyments I abstain from. 1149. As they that are overtaken by decrepitude, they that are afflicted by disease, and they that are weakened and emaciated, have no relish for enjoyments of any kind. After the same manner have I ceased to feel any relish for wealth or pleasure or enjoyments. When a person fears nothing and himself is not feared, when he cherishes no desire and hath no aversion for anything, he is then said to attain to Brahma. When a person does not conduct himself sinfully towards any creature in thought, word, or deed, then is he said to attain to Brahma. There is no past, no future. There is no morality or righteousness. He who is not an object of fear with any creature succeeds in attaining to a state in which there is no fear. 1150. On the other hand, that person who for harshness of speech and severity of temper is a source of trouble unto all creatures, even as death itself, certainly attains to a state which abounds with fear. I follow the practices of high-souled and benevolent men of advanced years who with their children and children's children live in the due observance of the ordinance laid down in the scriptures. 1151. The eternal practices, laid down in the Vedas, are entirely given up by one who suffers himself to be stupefied by some errors that he may have noticed in the conduct of those that are admittedly good and wise. One, however, that is endued with learning, or one that has subdued one's senses, or one that is possessed of strength of mind, succeeds in attaining to emancipation, guided by that very conduct. 1152. That wise man who, having restrained his senses, practiseth, with a heart cleansed from all desire of injuring others, the conduct that is followed by those called good, is sure, O judgely, to acquire the merit of righteousness, and emancipation which is its fruits. In this world, as in a river, a piece of wood that is being borne away by the current as it pleases, is seen to come into contact, for some time, with another piece that is being similarly borne away. There, on the current, other pieces of wood that had been joined together, are seen again to separate from one another. Grass, sticks, and cow dung cakes are seen to be united together. This union is due to accident and not to purpose or design. 1153. He of whom no creature is frightened in the least is himself, O ascetic, never frightened by any creature. He, on the other hand, O learned man, of whom every creature is frightened as of a wolf, becomes himself filled with fear as aquatic animals when forced to leap on the shore from fear of the roaring Vadava fire. 1154. This practice of universal harmlessness hath arisen even thus. One may follow it by every means in one's power. He who has followers and he who has wealth may seek to adopt it. It is sure to lead also to prosperity and heaven. 1155. In consequence of their ability to dispel the fears of others, men possessed of wealth and followers are regarded as foremost by the learned. They that after ordinary happiness practice this duty of universal harmlessness for the sake of fame, while they that are truly skilled practice the same for the sake of attaining to Brahma. 1156. Whatever fruits one enjoys by penances, by sacrifices, by practicing liberality, by speaking the truth, and by paying court to wisdom, may all be had by practicing the duty of harmlessness. That person who gives unto all creatures the assurance of harmlessness obtains the merit of all sacrifices and at last wins fearlessness for himself as his reward. There is no duty superior to the duty of abstention from injuring other creatures. He of whom, O great ascetic, no creature is frightened in the least, obtains for himself fearlessness of all creatures. He of whom everybody is frightened, as one is of a snake ensconced within one's sleeping chamber, never acquires any merit in this world or in the next. The very gods, in their search after it, become stupefied in the track of that person who transcends all states, the person, viz., who constitutes himself the soul of all creatures and who looketh upon all creatures as identical with his own self. 1157. Of all gifts, the assurance of harmlessness to all creatures is the highest, in point of merit. I tell thee truly, believe me, O judgely. One who betakes himself to acts at first wins prosperity, but then, upon the exhaustion of his merit, he once more encounters adversity. Beholding the destruction of the merits of acts, the wise do not applaud acts. There is no duty, O judgely, that is not prompted by some motive of happiness. Duty, however, is very subtle. Duties have been laid down in the Vedas for the sake of both Brahma and heaven. 1158. The subject of duties hath many secrets and mysteries. It is so subtle that it is not easy to understand it fully. Amongst diverse conflicting ordinances, some succeed in comprehending duty by observing the acts of the good, 1159. Why dost thou not consume them that emasculate bulls and bore their noses, and cause them to bear heavy burthens, and bind them, and put them under divers kinds of restraint, and that eat the flesh of living creatures after slaying them? Men are seen to own men as slaves, and by beating, by binding, and by otherwise subjecting them to restraints, cause them to labor day and night. These people are not ignorant of the pain that results from beating and fastening in chains. 1160. In every creature that is endued with the five senses live all the deities. Surya, Chandramas, the god of wind, Brahman, Prana, Kratu, and Yama, these dwell in living creatures. There are men that live by trafficking in living creatures. When they earn a living by such a sinful course, what scruples need they feel in selling dead carcasses? The goat is Agni. The sheep is Varuna. The horse is Surya. Earth is the deity Virat. The cow and the calf are Soma. The man who sells these can never obtain success. But what fault can attach to the sale of oil, or of griter, or honey, or drugs, or regenerate one? There are many animals that grow up in ease and comfort in places free from gnats and biting insects. Knowing that they are loved dearly by their mothers, men persecute them in diverse ways, and lead them into miry spots abounding with biting insects. Many draft animals are oppressed with heavy burthens. Others, again, are made to languish in consequence of treatment not sanctioned by the scriptures. I think that such acts of injury done to animals are in no way distinguished from feticide. People regard the profession of agriculture to be sinless. That profession, however, is certainly fraught with cruelty. The iron-faced plough wounds the soil and many creatures that live in the soil. Cast thy eyes, O judgely, on those bullocks yoked to the plough. Kine are called in the Surutis the unslayable. That man perpetrates a great sin who slays a bull or a cow. 1161. In days of yore, many rishis with restrained senses addressed Nuasha, saying, Thou hast, O king, slain a cow which is declared in the scriptures to be like unto one's mother. Thou hast also slain a bull, which is declared to be like unto the Creator himself. 1162. Thou hast perpetrated an evil act, O Nuasha, and we have been exceedingly pained at it. For cleansing Nuasha, however, they divided that sin into 101 parts, and converting the fragments into diseases cast them among all creatures. 1163. Thus, O judgely, did those highly blessed rishis cast that sin on all living creatures, and addressing Nuasha, who had been guilty of feticide, said, We shall not be able to pour libations in thy sacrifice. Thus said those high-souled rishis, and yet as conversant with the truths of all things, having ascertained by their ascetic power that King Nuasha had not been intentionally guilty of that sin. 1164. These, O judgely, are some of the wicked and dreadful practices that are current in this world. Thou practicest them because they are practiced by all men from ancient times, and not because they agree with the dictates of thy cleansed understanding. One should practice what one considers to be one's duty, guided by reasons, instead of blindly following the practices of the world. Listen now, O judgely, as to what my behavior is towards him that injures and him that praises me. I regard both of them in the same light. I have none whom I like and none whom I dislike. The wise applauded such a course of conduct as consistent with duty or religion. Even this course of conduct, which is consistent with reasons, is followed by Iatis. The righteous always observe it with eyes possessed of improved vision. Section Klxi. Judgely said, This course of duty that thou, O holder of scales, preachest, closes the door of heaven against all creatures and puts a stop to the very means of their subsistence. From agriculture comes food. That food offers subsistence even to thee. With the aid of animals and of crops and herbs, human beings, O trader, are enabled to support their existence. From animals and food sacrifices flow. Thy doctrines smack of atheism. This world will come to an end if the means by which life is supported have to be abandoned. Tiladhara said, I shall now speak on the object of the means of sustenance. I am not, O Brahmana, an atheist. I do not blame sacrifices. The man, however, is very rare that is truly conversant with sacrifice. I bow to that sacrifice which is ordained for Brahmanas. I bow also to them that are conversant with that sacrifice. Alas, the Brahmanas, having given up the sacrifice that is ordained for them, have betaken themselves to the performance of sacrifices that are for Kshatriyas. 1165. Many persons of faith, O regenerate one, that are covetous and fond of wealth, without having understood the true meaning of the declarations of the Srutis, and proclaiming things that are really false but that have the show of truth, have introduced many kinds of sacrifices, saying, this should be given away in this sacrifice. This other thing should be given away in this other sacrifice. The first of this is very laudable. The consequence, however, of all this, O Judgely, is that theft and many evil acts spring up. 1166. It should be known that only that sacrificial offering which was acquired by righteous means can gratify the gods. There are abundant indications in the scriptures that the worship of the deities may be accomplished with vows, with libations poured on the fire, with recitations or chanting of the Vedas, and with plants and herbs. From their religious acts unrighteous persons get wicked offspring. From covetous men are born children that are covetous, and from those that are contented spring children that are contented. If the sacrificer and the priest suffer themselves to be moved by desire of fruit, in respect of the sacrifices they perform or assist in, their children take the stain. If, on the other hand, they do not yield to desire of fruit, the children born to them become of the same kind. From sacrifices spring progeny like clear water from the firmament. The libations poured on the sacrificial fire rise up to the sun. From the sun springs rain. From rain springs food. From food are born living creatures. In former days, men righteously devoted to sacrifices used to obtain therefrom the fruition of all their wishes. The earth yielded crops without tillage. The blessing uttered by the rishis produced herbs and plants. 1167. The men of former times never performed sacrifices from desire of fruits, and never regarded themselves as called upon to enjoy those fruits. Those who somehow performed sacrifices, doubting the while their efficacy, take birth in their next lives as dishonest, wily, and greedy men exceedingly covetous of wealth. That man who by the aid of false reasoning holds up all the authoritative scriptures as fraught with evil, is certain to go, for such sinful act of his, into the regions of the sinful. Such a man is certainly possessed of a sinful soul, O foremost of Brahmanas, and always remains here, bereft of wisdom. 1168. That man who regards those acts obligatory which have been laid down in the Vedas and directed to be accomplished every day, who is penetrated with fear if he fails to accomplish them any day, who takes all the essentials of sacrifice as identical with Brahma, and who never regards himself as the actor, is truly a Brahmana. 1169. If the acts of such a person become incomplete, or if their completion be obstructed by all unclean animals, even then those acts are, as heard by us, of superior efficacy. If, however, those acts are done from desire of fruit, and their completion be obstructed by such impediments, then expiation would become necessary. They who covet the acquisition of the highest object of life, viz., emancipation, who are bereft of cupidity in respect of all kinds of worldly wealth, who discard all provision for the future, and who are freed from envy, betake themselves to practice of truth and self-restraint as their sacrifice. 1170. They that are conversant with the distinction between body and soul, that are devoted to yoga, and that meditate on the pranava, always succeed in gratifying others. 1171. The universal Brahma, viz. Pranava, which is the soul of the deities, dwells in him who is conversant with Brahma. When, therefore, such a man eats and is gratified, all the deities, objectively, become gratified and are contented. 1172. As one who is gratified with all kinds of taste feels no desire for any particular taste, after the same manner one who is gratified with knowledge hath everlasting gratification, which to him is a source of perfect bliss. Those wise men who are the refuge of righteousness and whose delight is in righteousness, are persons that have certain knowledge of what is to be done and what should not be done. One possessed of such wisdom always regards all things in the universe to have sprung from his own self. 1173. Some that are endued with knowledge, that strive to reach the other shore of this ocean of life, and that are possessed of faith, succeed in attaining to the region of Brahman, which is productive of great blessings, highly sacred, and inhabited by righteous persons, a region which is freed from sorrow, whence there is no return, and where there is no kind of agitation or pain. Such men do not covet heaven. They do not adore Brahma in costly sacrifices. They walk along the path of the righteous. The sacrifices they perform are performed without injury to any creature. 1174. These men know trees and herbs and fruits and roots as the only sacrificial offerings. Covetous priests, for they are desirous of wealth, never officiate at the sacrifices of these poor men. These regenerate men, although all their acts have been completed, still perform sacrifices from desire of doing good to all creatures and constituting their own selves as sacrificial offerings. 1175. For this reason, grasping priests officiate at the sacrifices of only those misguided persons who, without endeavoring to attain to emancipation, seek for heaven. As regards those, however, that are really good, they always seek, by accomplishing their own duties, to cause others to ascend to heaven. Looking at both these kinds of behavior, objectively, I have abstained from injuring any creature in the world and have come to regard all creatures with an equal heart. 1176. Endued with wisdom, many foremost of Brahmanas perform sacrifices, which with respect to their fruits are of two kinds, for some of them lead to emancipation whence there is no return, and others lead to regions of bliss whence there is return. By performing those sacrifices, they proceed, O great ascetic, along paths trodden by the gods. Of one class of sacrifices, viz., they who sacrifice from desire of fruit, there is return, from the region which they reach. Of those, however, that are truly wise, viz., those who sacrifice without being urged thereto by desire of fruit, there is no return. Although both classes of sacrifices, objectively, proceed along the path trodden by the deities, in consequence of the sacrifices they perform, yet such is the difference between their ultimate ends. 1177. In consequence of the success that attends the purposes formed in the mind of such men, bulls, without being forced thereto, willingly set their shoulders to the plough for assisting at tillage and to the yoke for dragging their cars, and kine pour forth milk from udders untouched by human hands. Creating sacrificial stakes, and other necessaries of sacrifice, by simple fiats of the will, they perform many kinds of sacrifice well completed with abundant presents. 1178. One who is of such a cleansed soul may slaughter a cow, as an offering in sacrifice. 1179. They, therefore, that are not of that kind should perform sacrifices with herbs and plants, and not animals. Since renunciation hath such merit, it is for that reason that I have kept it before my eyes in speaking to thee. 1180. The gods know him for a Brahmana who has given up all desire of fruit, who hath no exertion in respect of worldly acts, who never bows down his head unto any one, who never utters the praises of others, and who is endued with strength though his acts have all been weakened. 1181. What, O judgely, will be the end of him who doth not recite the Vedas, and to others, who doth not perform sacrifices properly, who doth not make gifts unto deserving Brahmanas, and who followeth an avocation in which every kind of desire is indulged? By properly reverencing, however, the duties that appertain to renunciation, one is sure of attaining to Brahma. 1182. Judgely said, we had never before, O son of a trader, heard of these recondite doctrines of ascetics that perform only mental sacrifices. These doctrines are exceedingly difficult of comprehension. It is for this reason that I ask thee about them. The sages of olden days were not followers of those doctrines of yoga. Hence, the sages that have succeeded them have not propounded them for general acceptance. 1183. If thou sayest that only men of brutish minds fail to achieve sacrifices in the soil of the soul, then, O son of a trader, by what acts would they succeed in accomplishing their happiness? Tell me this, O thou with great wisdom. Great is my faith in thy words. 1184. Tiladara said, sometimes sacrifices performed by some persons do not become sacrifices, in consequence of the absence of faith of those that perform them. These men, it should be said, are not worthy of performing any sacrifice, internal or external. As regards the faithful, however, only one thing, viz., the cow, is fit for upholding all sacrifices by means of full libations of clarified butter, milk, and curds, the hair at end of her tail, her horns, and her hoofs. 1185. The Vedas declare that sacrifices cannot be performed by an unmarried man. In performing sacrifices, however, according to the mode I have pointed out, viz., by abstaining from slaughter of animals and dedicating only clarified butter, etc., one may make faith one's wedded wife, for dedicating such innocent offerings to the deities. By duly reverencing such sacrifices, one is sure to attain to Brahma. 1186. To the exclusion of all animals, which are certainly unclean as offering in sacrifices, the rice ball is a worthy offering in sacrifices. All rivers are as sacred as the Saraswati, and all mountains are sacred. O judgely, the soul is itself a tirtha. Do not wander about on the earth visiting sacred places. A person, by observing these duties that I have spoken of and that do not involve injury to other creatures, and by seeking the acquisition of merit agreeably to his own ability, certainly succeeds in obtaining blessed regions hereafter. 1187. Bhishma continued, these are the duties, O Yudhishthira, which Tiladara applauded, duties that are consistent with reason, and that are always observed by those that are good and wise. Section Gliksif. Tiladara said, see with thy own eyes, O judgely, who, viz., those that are good or those that are otherwise, have adopted this path of duty that I have spoken of. Thou shalt then understand properly how the truth stands. Behold, many birds are hovering in the sky. Amongst them are those that were reared on thy head, as also many hawks and many others of other species. Behold, O Brahmana, Those birds have contracted their wings and legs for entering their respective nests. Summon them, O regenerate one. Those birds, treated with affection by thee, are displaying their love for thee that art their father. Without doubt, thou art their father, O Judgely. Do thou summon thy children. Bhishma continued, then those birds, summoned by Judgely, made answer agreeably to the dictates of that religion which is not fraught with injury to any creature. 1188. All acts that are done without injuring any creature become serviceable to the doer, both here and hereafter. Those acts, however, that involve injury to others, destroy faith, and faith being destroyed, involves the destroyer in ruin. The sacrifices of those that regard acquisition and non-acquisition in the same light, that are endued with faith, that are self-restrained, that have tranquil minds, and that perform sacrifices from a sense of duty, and not from desire of fruit, become productive of fruit. 1189. Faith with respect to Brahma is the daughter of Surya, O regenerate one. She is the protectress and she is the giver of good birth. Faith is superior to the merit born of Vedic recitations and meditation. 1190. An act vitiated by defect of speech is saved by faith. An act vitiated by defect of mind is saved by faith. But neither speech nor mind can save an act that is vitiated by want of faith. 1191. Men conversant with the occurrences of the past recite in this connection the following verse sung by Brahman. The offerings and sacrifices of a person that is pure in body and acts, but wanting in faith, and of another that is impure, in respect of their worthiness of acceptance. The food, again, of a person conversant with the Vedas but miserly in behavior, and that of a usurer that is liberal in conduct. 1192. The deities, after careful consideration, had held to be equal, in respect of their worthiness of acceptance. The Supreme Lord of all creatures, viz. Brahman, then told them that they had committed an error. The food of a liberal person is sanctified by faith. The food, however, of the person that is void of faith is lost in consequence of such want of faith. The food of a liberal usurer is acceptable, but not the food of a miser. 1193. Only one person in the world, viz. he that is bereft of faith, is unfit to make offerings to the deities. The food of only such a man is unfit to be eaten. This is the opinion of men conversant with duties. Want of faith is a high sin. Faith is a cleanser of sins. Like a snake casting off its slough, the man of faith succeeds in casting off all his sin. The religion of abstention with faith is superior to all things considered sacred. Abstaining from all faults of behavior, he who betakes himself to faith becomes sanctified. What need hath such a person of penances, or of conduct, or of endurance? Every man has faith. Faith, however, is of three kinds, viz. as affected by sattva, by rajas and by tamas, and according to the kind of faith that one has, one is named. Persons endued with goodness and possessed of insight into the true import of morality have thus laid down the subject of duties. We have, as the result of our inquiries, got all this from the sage Dharmadasana. O thou of great wisdom, betake thyself to faith, for thou shalt then obtain that which is superior. He who has faith in the declarations of the Srutis, and who acts according to their import, in the belief that they are good for him, is certainly of righteous soul. O Judgely, he who adheres to his own path, under the influence of faith, is certainly a superior person. Bhishma continued, after a short while, Tiladara and Judgely, both of whom had been endued with great wisdom, ascended to heaven and sported there in great happiness. 1194. Having reached their respective places earned by their respective acts. Many truths of this kind were spoken of by Tiladhara. That eminent person understood this religion of abstention from injury completely. These eternal duties were accordingly proclaimed by him. The regenerate Jujli, O son of Kunti, having heard these words of celebrated energy, betook himself to tranquility. In this way, many truths of grave import were uttered by Tiladhara, illustrated by examples for instruction. What other truths dost thou wish to hear? Section CCLXV. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited an old narrative of what was recited by King Vikaki through compassion for all creatures. Beholding the mangled body of a bull, and hearing the exceedingly painful groans of the kine in a cow-slaying sacrifice, and observing the cruel brahmanas that gathered there for assisting at the ceremonies, that King 1195 uttered these words, prosperity to all the kine in the world. When the slaughter has commenced, these words expressive of a blessing to those helpless animals were pronounced. And the monarch further said, only those that are transgressors of defined limits, that are destitute of intelligence, that are atheists and skeptics, and that desire the acquisition of celebrity through sacrifices and religious rites speak highly of the slaughter of animals in sacrifices. 1196. The righteous Sut Manu has applauded the observance of harmlessness in all religious acts. Indeed, men slaughter animals in sacrifices, urged by only the desire of fruit. 1197. Hence, guided by authority, in respect of slaughter and abstention from slaughter or harmlessness, one conversant with the scriptures should practice the true course of duty, which is exceedingly subtle. Harmlessness to all creatures is the highest of all duties. Living in the vicinity of an inhabited place and injuring oneself to the observance of rigid vows, and disregarding the fruits indicated of Vedic acts, one should give up domesticity, adopting a life of renunciation. Only they that are mean are urged by the desire of fruit. 1198. Reverentially mentioning sacrifices and trees and sacrificial stakes, men do not eat tainted meat. This practice, however, is not worthy of applause. 1199. Wine, fish, honey, meat, alcohol, and preparations of rice and sesame seeds have been introduced by knaves. The use of these, in sacrifices, is not laid down in the Vedas. The hankering after these arises from pride, error of judgment, and cupidity. They that are true Brahmanas realize the presence of Vishnu in every sacrifice. His worship, it has been laid down, should be made with agreeable birza. The leaves and flowers of such trees as have been indicated in the Vedas, whatever act is regarded as worthy and whatever else is held as pure by persons of pure hearts and cleansed natures and those eminent for knowledge and holiness, are all worthy of being offered to the Supreme Deity and not unworthy of his acceptance. 1200. Yudhishthira said, the body and all sorts of dangers and calamities are continually at war with each other. How, therefore, will a person who is totally free from the desire of harming and who on this account will not be able to act, succeed in keeping up his body? 1201. Bhishma said, one should, when able, acquire merit and act in such a way that one's body may not languish and suffer pain, and that death may not come. 1202. Section Glxvi. Yudhishthira said, thou, O grandsire, art our highest preceptor in the matter of all acts that are difficult of accomplishment, in consequence of the commands of superiors on the one hand and the cruelty that is involved in them on the other. I ask, how should one judge of an act in respect of either one's obligation to do it or of abstaining from it? Is it to be judged speedily or with a delay? Bhishma said, In this connection is cited the old story of what occurred with respect to Chirakeren born in the race of Angirasa. Twice blessed be the man that reflects long before he acts. One that reflects long before he acts is certainly possessed of great intelligence. Such a man never offends in respect of any act. There was once a man of great wisdom, of the name of Chirakeren, who was the son of Gautama. Reflecting for a long time upon every consideration connected with proposed acts, he used to do all he had to do. He came to be called by the name of Chirakeren because he used to reflect long upon all matters, to remain awake for a long time, to sleep for a long time, and to take a long time in setting himself to the accomplishment of such acts as he accomplished. The clamour of being an idle man stuck to him. He was also regarded as a foolish person by every person of a light understanding and destitute of foresight. On the certain occasion, witnessing an act of great fault in his wife, the sire Gautama, passing over his other children, commanded in wrath this Chirakeren, saying, "Slay thou this woman." Having said these words without much reflection, the learned Gautama, that foremost of persons engaged in the practice of yoga, that highly blessed ascetic, departed for the woods. Having after a long while assented to it, saying, "So be it," Chirakeren, in consequence of his very nature, and owing to his habit of never accomplishing any act without long reflection, began to think for a long while upon the propriety or otherwise of what he was commanded by his sire to do. How shall I obey the command of my sire and yet how avoid slaying my mother? How shall I avoid sinking, like a wicked person, into sin in this situation in which contradictory obligations are dragging me in two opposite directions? Obedience to the commands of the sire constitutes the highest merit. The protection of the mother again is a clear duty. The status of a son is fraught with dependence. How shall I avoid being afflicted by sin? Who is there that can be happy after having slain a woman, especially his mother? Who again can obtain prosperity and fame by disregarding his own sire? Regard for the sire's behest is obligatory. The protection of my mother is equally a duty. How shall I so frame my conduct that both obligations may be discharged? The further places his own self within the mother's womb and takes birth as the son, for continuing his practices, conduct, name and race. I have been begotten as a son by both my mother and my father. Knowing as I do my own origin, why should I not have this knowledge of my relationship with both of them? The words uttered by the sire while performing the initial rite after birth, and those that were uttered by him on the occasion of the subsidiary rite, after the return from the preceptor's abode, are sufficient evidence for settling the reverence due to him and indeed confirm the reverence actually paid to him. 1203. In consequence of his bringing up the son and instructing him, the sire is the son's foremost of superiors and the highest religion. The very Vedas lay it down as certain that the son should regard what the sire says as his highest duty. Unto the sire the son is only a source of joy. Unto the son, however, the sire is all in all. The body and all else that the son owns have the sire alone for their giver. Hence, the behests of the sire should be obeyed without ever questioning them in the least. The very sins of one that obeys one's sire are cleansed by such obedience. The sire is the giver of all articles of food, of instructions in the Vedas, and of all other knowledge regarding the world. Prior to the son's birth, the sire is the performer of such rites as Garbhadana and Samantanyana. 1204. The sire is religion. The sire is heaven. The sire is the highest penance. The sire being gratified, all the deities are gratified. Whatever words are pronounced by the sire become blessings that attach to the son. The words expressive of joy that the sire utters cleanse the son of all his sins. The flower is seen to fall away from the stalk. The fruit is seen to fall away from the tree. But the sire, whatever his distress, moved by parental affection, never abandons the son. These then are my reflections upon the reverence due from the son to the sire. And to the son the sire is not an ordinary object. I shall now think upon what is due to the mother. Of this union of the 5 primal elements in me due to my birth as a human being, the mother is their chief cause as the firestick of fire. 1205. The mother is as the firestick with respect to the bodies of all men. She is the panacea for all kinds of calamities. The existence of the mother invests one with protection. The reverse deprives one of all protection. The man who, though divested of prosperity, enters his house, uttering the words, O mother, hath not to indulge in grief, nor doth decrepitude ever assail him. A person whose mother exists, even if he happens to be possessed of sons and grandsons, and even if he counts 100 years, looks like a child of but 2 years of age. Able or disabled, lean or robust, the son is always protected by the mother. None else, according to the ordinance, is the son's protector. Then doth the son become old, then doth he become stricken with grief, then doth the world look empty in his eyes, when he becomes deprived of his mother. There is no shelter, protection against the son, like the mother. There is no refuge like the mother. There is no defense like the mother. There is no one so dear as the mother. For having borne him in her womb, the mother is the son's datri. For having been the chief cause of his birth, she is his janani. For having nursed his young limbs into growth, she is called Amva. For bringing forth a child possessed of courage, she is called Virasu. For nursing and looking after the son, she is called Zora. The mother is one's own body. What rational man is there that would slay his mother, to whose care alone it is due that his own head did not lie on the street side like a dry gourd? When husband and wife unite themselves for procreation, the desire cherished with respect to their unborn son are cherished by both, but in respect of their fruition more depends upon the mother than on the sire. 1206. The mother knows the family in which the son is born and the father who has begotten him. From the moment of conception, the mother begins to show affection to her child and takes delight in her. For this reason, the son should behave equally towards her. On the other hand, the scriptures declare that the offspring belongs to the father alone. If men, after accepting the hands of wives in marriage and pledging themselves to earn religious merit without being dissociated from them, seek congress with other people's wives, they then cease to be worthy of respect. 1207. The husband, because he supports the wife, is called Bhatri, and, because he protects her, he is on that account called Party. When these two functions disappear from him, he ceases to be both Bhatri and Party. 1208. Then again woman can commit no fault. It is man only that commits faults. By perpetrating an act of adultery, the man only becomes stained with guilt. 1209. It has been said that the husband is the highest object with the wife and the highest deity to her. My mother gave up her sacred person to one that came to her in the form and guise of her husband. Women can commit no fault. It is man who becomes stained with fault. Indeed, in consequence of the natural weakness of the sex as displayed in every act, and their liability to solicitation, women cannot be regarded as offenders. Then again the sinfulness, in this case, is evident of Indra himself who, by acting in the way he did, caused the recollection of the request that had been made to him in days of yore by woman, when a third part of the sin of Brahmanicide of which Indra himself was guilty was cast upon her sex. There is no doubt that my mother is innocent. She whom I have been commanded to slay is a woman. That woman is again my mother. She occupies, therefore, a place of greater reverence. The very beasts that are irrational know that the mother is unslayable. The The Saya must be known to be a combination of all the deities together. To the mother, however, attaches a combination of all mortal creatures and all the deities. 1210. In consequence of his habit of reflecting long before acting, Gautama's son Chirakaran, by indulging in those reflections, passed a long while without accomplishing the act he had been commanded by his sire to accomplish. When many days had expired, his sire Gautama returned. Endued with great wisdom, Meditathi of Gautama's race, engaged in the practice of penances, came back to his retreat, convinced, after having reflected for that long time, of the impropriety of the chastisement he had commanded to be inflicted upon his wife. Burning with grief and shedding copious tears, for repentance had come to him in consequence of the beneficial effects of that calmness of temper which is brought about by a knowledge of the Scriptures, he uttered these words: "The Lord of the three worlds, viz. Purandara, came to my retreat in the guise of a Brahmana asking for hospitality. He was received by me with proper words, and honored with a proper welcome, and presented in due form with water to wash his feet and the usual offerings of the Arghya. I also granted him the rest he had asked for. I further told him that I had obtained a protector in him. I thought that such conduct on my part would induce him to behave towards me as a friend. When, however, notwithstanding all this, he misbehaved himself, my wife Ahalya could not be regarded to have committed any fault. It seems that neither my wife, nor myself, nor Indra himself, who while passing through the sky had beheld my wife, and become deprived of his senses by her extraordinary beauty, could be held to have offended. The blame really attaches to the carelessness of my yoga puissance. 1211. The sages have said that all calamities spring from envy, which, in its turn, arises from error of judgment. By that envy, also, I have been dragged from where I was and plunged into an ocean of sin, in the form of wife slaughter. Alas, I have slain a woman, a woman that is again my wife, one, that is, who, in consequence of her sharing her lord's calamities, came to be called by the name of Vasita, one that was called Bari owing to the obligation I was under of supporting her. Who is there that can rescue me from this sin? Acting heedlessly, I commanded the high Chirakaran to slay that wife of mine. If on the present occasion he proves true to his name, then may he rescue me from this guilt. Twice blessed be thou, O Chirakaraka. If on this occasion thou hast delayed accomplishing the work, then art thou truly worthy of thy name. Rescue me, and thy mother, and the penances I have achieved, as also thy own self, from grave sins. Be thou really a Chirakaraka today. Ordinarily, in consequence of thy great wisdom, thou takest a long time for reflection before achieving any act. Let not thy conduct be otherwise today. Be thou a true Chirakaraka today. Thy mother had expected thy advent for a long time. For a long time did she bear thee in her womb. O Chirakaraka, let thy habit of reflecting long before acting be productive of beneficial results today. Perhaps my son Chirakaraka is delaying today to achieve my bidding, in a view of the sorrow it would cause me to see him execute that bidding. Perhaps he is sleeping over that binding, bearing it in his heart, without any intention of executing it promptly. Perhaps he is delaying, in a view of the grief it would cause both him and me, reflecting upon the circumstances of the case. Indulging in such repentance, O King, the great Rishi Gautama then beheld his son Chirakaran sitting near him. Beholding his sire come back to their abode, the son Chirakaran, overwhelmed with grief, cast away the weapon he had taken up, and bowing his head began to pacify Gautama. Observing his son prostrated before him with bent head, and beholding also his wife almost petrified with shame, the Rishi became filled with great joy. From that time the High-Rishi, dwelling in that lone hermitage, did not live separately from his spouse or his heedful son. Having uttered the command that his wife should be slain, he had gone away from his retreat for accomplishing some purpose of his own. Since that time his son had stood in an humble attitude, weapon in hand, for executing that commands on his mother. Beholding that his son prostrated at his feet, the sire thought that, struck with fear, he was asking for pardon for the offence he had committed in taking up a weapon for killing his own mother. The sire praised his son for a long time, and smelt his head for a long time, and for a long time held him in a close embrace, and blessed him, uttering the words, "Do thou live long." Then, filled with joy and contented with what had occurred, Gautama, O thou with great wisdom, addressed his son and said these words, "Blessed be thou, O Chirakaraka. Do thou always reflect long before acting. By thy delay in accomplishing my bidding thou hast today made me happy forever." That learned and best of rishis then uttered these verses upon the subject of the merits of such cool men as reflect for a long time before setting their hands to any action. If the matter is the death of a friend, one should accomplish it after a long while. If it is the abandonment of a project already began, one should abandon it after a long while. A friendship that is formed after a long examination lasts for a long time. In giving way to wrath, to haughtiness, to pride, to disputes, to sinful acts, and in accomplishing all disagreeable tasks, he that delays long deserves applause. When the offence is not clearly proved against a relative, a friend, a servant, or a wife, he that reflects long before inflicting the punishment is applauded. Thus, O Bharata, was Gautama pleased with his son, O thou of Kuru's race, for that act of delay on the latter's part in doing the former's bidding. In all acts a man should, in this way, reflect for a long time and then settle what he should do. By conducting himself in this way one is sure to avoid grief for a long time. That man who never nurses his wrath for a long while, who reflects for a long time before setting himself to the performance of any act, never does any act which brings repentance. One should wait for a long while upon those that are aged, and sitting near them show them reverence. One should attend to one's duties for a long time and be engaged for a long while in ascertaining them. Waiting for a long time upon those that are learned, are reverentially serving for a long time those that are good in behavior, and keeping one's soul for a long while under proper restraint, one succeeds in enjoying the respect of the world for a long time. One engaged in instructing others on the subject of religion and duty should, when asked by another for information on those subjects, take a long time to reflect before giving an answer. He may then avoid indulging in repentance for returning an incorrect answer whose practical consequences may lead to sin. As regards Gautama of austere penances, that Rishi, having adored the deities for a long while in that retreat of his, at last ascended to heaven with his son. Section XVI. Yudhishthira said, "How, indeed, should the king protect his subjects without injuring anybody? I ask thee this, O grandsire, tell me, O foremost of good men." Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old narrative of the conversation between Duryodhana and King Satyavat. We have heard that upon a certain number of individuals having been brought out for execution at the command of his sire, Duryodhana, Prince Satyavat said certain words that had never before been said by anybody else. 1212. Sometimes righteousness assumes the form of iniquity, and iniquity assumes the form of righteousness. It can never be possible that the killing of individuals can ever be a righteous act. Duryodhana said, if the sparing of those that deserve to be slain be righteousness, if robbers be spared, O Satyavat, then all distinctions between virtue and vice would disappear. This is mine, this, other, Is not his ideas like these, with respect to property, will not, if the wicked be not punished, prevail in the Kali age. If the wicked be not punished, the affairs of the world will come to a deadlock. If thou knowest how the world may go on, without punishing the wicked, then discourse to me upon it. Satyavat said, the three other orders, viz., the Kshatriyas, Vaisyas, and Sudras, should be placed under the control of the Brahmanas. If those three orders be kept within the bonds of righteousness, then the subsidiary classes that have sprung from intermixture will imitate them in their practices. Those amongst them that will transgress the commands of the Brahmanas shall be reported to the king. This one heeds not my commands. Upon such a complaint being preferred by a Brahmana, the king shall inflict punishment upon the offender. Without destroying the body of the offender, the king should do that unto him which is directed by the scriptures. The king should not act otherwise, neglecting to reflect properly upon the character of the offence and upon the science of morality. By slaying the wicked, the king, practically, slays a large number of individuals that are innocent. Behold, by slaying a single robber, his wife, mother, father and children are all slain, because they become deprived of the means of life. When injured by a wicked person, the king should, therefore, reflect deeply on the question of chastisement. 1213. Sometimes a wicked man is seen to imbibe good behavior from a righteous person. Then again, from persons that are wicked, good children may be seen to spring. The wicked, therefore, should not be torn up by the roots. The extermination of the wicked is not consistent with eternal practice. By smiting them gently they may be made to expiate their offences. By depriving them of all their wealth, by chains and immurement in dungeons, by disfiguring them, they may be made to expiate their guilt. Their relatives should not be persecuted by the infliction of capital sentences on them. If in the presence of the Purohita and others, 1214, they give themselves up to him from desire of protection, and swear, saying, O Brahmana, we shall never again commit any sinful act, they would then deserve to be let off without any punishment. This is the command of the Creator himself. Even the Brahmana that wears a deer skin and the wand of mendicancy, and has his head shaved, should be punished when he transgresses. 1215. If great men transgress, their chastisement should be proportionate to their greatness. As regards them that offend repeatedly, they do not deserve to be dismissed without punishment as on the occasion of their first offence. 1216. Dumatsana said, as long as those barriers within which men should be kept are not transgressed, so long are they designated by the name of righteousness. If they who transgressed those barriers were not punished with death, those barriers would soon be destroyed. Men of remote and remoter times were capable of being governed with ease. 1217. They were very truthful in speech and conduct. They were little disposed to disputes and quarrels. They seldom gave way to anger, or, if they did, their wrath never became ungovernable. In those days the mere crying of fie on offenders was sufficient punishment. After this came the punishment represented by harsh speeches or censures. Then followed the punishment of fines and forfeitures. In this age, however, the punishment of death has become current. The measure of wickedness has increased to such an extent that by slaying one others cannot be restrained. 1218. The robber has no connection with men, with the deities, with the Gandharvas, and with the Pitris. What is he to whom? He is not anybody to anyone. This is the declaration of the Srutis. 1219. The robber takes away the ornaments of corpses from cemeteries, and wearing apparel from men afflicted by spirits, and, therefore, deprived of senses. That man is a fool who would make any covenant with those miserable wretches or exact any oath from them, for relying upon it. 1220. Satyavrat said, "If thou dost not succeed in making honest men of those rogues and in saving them by means unconnected with slaughter, do thou then exterminate them by performing some sacrifice." 1221. Kings practice severe austerities for the sake of enabling their subjects go on prosperously in their avocations. When thieves and robbers multiply in the kingdoms, they become ashamed. They, therefore, betake themselves to penances for suppressing thefts and robberies and making their subjects live happily. Subjects can be made honest by being only frightened by the king. Good kings never slay the wicked from motives of retribution. On the other hand, if they slay in sacrifices, when the motive is to do good to the slain. Good kings abundantly succeed in ruling their subjects properly with the aid of good conduct, instead of cruel or punitive inflictions. If the king acts properly, the superior subjects imitate him. The inferior people, again in their turn, imitate their immediate superiors. Men are so constituted that they imitate those whom they regard as their superiors. 1222. That king who, without restraining himself, seeks to restrain others from evil ways, becomes an object of laughter with all men in consequence of his being engaged in the enjoyment of all worldly pleasures as a slave of his senses. That man who, through arrogance or error of judgment, offends against the king in any way, should be restrained by every means. It is by this way that he is prevented from committing offences anew. The king should first restrain his own self if he desires to restrain others that offend. He should punish heavily, if necessary, even friends and near relatives. In that kingdom where a vile offender does not meet with heavy afflictions, offences increase and righteousness decreases without doubt. Formerly, a Brahmana, endued with clemency and possessed of learning, taught me this. Verily, to this effect, O sire, I have been instructed by also our grandsire of olden days, who gave such assurances of harmlessness to people, moved by pity. Their words were, in the Krita age, kings should rule their subjects by adopting ways that are entirely harmless. In the Treta age, kings conduct themselves according to ways that conform with righteousness fallen away by a fourth from its full complement. In the Dwapara age, they proceed according to ways conforming with righteousness fallen away by a moiety, and in the age that follows, according to ways conforming with righteousness fallen away by 3/4. When the Kati age sets in, through the wickedness of kings and in consequence of the nature of the epoch itself, 15 parts of even that fourth portion of righteousness disappear, a 16th portion thereof being all that then remains of it. If, O Satyavrat, by adopting the method first mentioned, viz., the practice of harmlessness, confusion sets in, the king, considering the period of human life, the strength of human beings, and the nature of the time that has come, should award punishments. 1223. Indeed, Manu, the son of the self-born, has, through compassion for human beings, indicated the way by means of which men may adhere to knowledge, instead of harmfulness, for the sake of emancipation. Apostrophe 1224. Section vi. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast already explained to me, O grandsire, how the religion of yoga, which leads to the 6 well-known attributes, may be adopted and practiced without injuring any creature. Tell me, O grandsire, of that religion which leads to both results, viz., enjoyment and emancipation. Amongst these two, viz., the duties of domesticity and those of yoga, both of which lead to the same end, which is superior. Bhishma said, both courses of duty are highly blessed. Both are extremely difficult of accomplishment. Both are productive of high fruits. Both are practiced by those that are admittedly good. I shall presently discourse to thee on the authoritativeness of both those courses of duty, for dispelling thy doubts about their true import. Listen to me with concentrated attention. In this connection is instanced the old narrative of the discourse between Kepler and the cow. Listen to it, O Yudhishthira. 1225. It has been heard by us that in days of old, when the deity Tvashtri came to the place of King Nuashar, the latter, for discharging the duties of hospitality, was on the point of killing a cow agreeably to the true, ancient, and eternal injunction of the Vedas. Beholding that cow tied for slaughter, Kepler of liberal soul, ever observant of the duties of sattva, always engaged in restraining his senses, possessed of true knowledge, and abstemious in diet, having acquired an excellent understanding that was characterized by faith, perfectly fearless, beneficial, firm, and ever directed towards truth, uttered this word once, viz. Ulasi Vedas! At that time a rishi, of the name of Sayumarasam, entering, by yoga power, the form of that cow, addressed the Yata Kepler, saying, Ist O Kepler, if the Vedas be deserving, in consequence of those declarations in them that sanction the slaughter of living creatures, whence have those other duties, fraught with entire harmlessness to all creatures, come to be regarded as authoritative? 1226. Men devoted to penances and endued with intelligence, and who have the Srutis and knowledge for their eyes, regard the injunctions of the Vedas, which have been declared through and compiled by the Rishis, to be the words of God himself. 1227. What can anybody say, by way of censure or praise, with respect to the contents of the Vedas when these happen to be the words of the Supreme Being himself, who is freed from desire of fruit, who is without the fever of envy and aversion, who is addicted to nothing, and who is destitute of all exertion, in consequence of the immediate fruition of all his wishes? Kepler said, I do not censure the Vedas. I do not wish to say anything in derogation of them. It hath been heard by us that the different courses of duty laid down for the different modes of life, all lead to the same end. The sannyasi attains to a high end. The forest recluse also attains to a high end. Both the other two also, viz., the householder and the brahmacharin, reach the same end. All the four modes of life have always been regarded as Devayana ways. The relative strength or weakness of these, as represented by their relative superiority or inferiority, hath been declared in the character of their respective ends. 1228. Knowing these, accomplish acts which lead to heaven and other blessings, this is a Vedic declaration. Do not accomplish acts, this also is another binding declaration of the Vedas. If abstention from acts be meritorious, then their accomplishment must be exceedingly reprehensible. When the scriptures stand thus, the strength or weakness of particular declarations must be very difficult to ascertain. If thou knowest of any course of a duty which is superior to the religion of harmlessness, and which depends upon direct evidence instead of that of the scriptures, do thou then discourse to me upon it. Sayumarasam, he said, one should perform sacrifice from desire of heaven, this Sruti is constantly heard by us. Thinking first of the fruit that is to be attained, one makes preparations for sacrifice. Goat, horse, cow, all species of birds, domestic or wild, and herbs and plants, are food of other living creatures. This is heard by us. 1229. Food again has been directed to be taken day after day, morning and evening. Then again the Sruti declares that animals and grain are the limbs of sacrifice. 1230. The Lord of the universe created them along with sacrifice. The puissant Lord of all creatures caused the deities to perform sacrifices with their aid. Altogether 7 domestic and 7 wild animals are indicated as fit for sacrifice. instead of all being equally fit, each succeeding one is inferior to each preceding one. The Vedas again declare that the whole universe is appointed for sacrifice. Him also that is called Purusha the Vedas have appointed for the same purpose. 1231. This again hath been sanctioned by men of remote and remoter times. What man of learning is that does not select, according to his own ability, individuals from among living creatures for sacrifice? 1232. The inferior animals, human beings, trees, and herbs, all wish for the attainment of heaven. There is no means, however, except sacrifice, by which they can obtain the fruition of that desire. The deciduous herbs, animals, trees, creepers, clarified butter, milk, curds, meat and other approved things, that are poured on the sacrificial fire, land, the points of the compass, faith, and time, which brings up the tale of 12, the richs, the ajuses, the samans, and the sacrificer himself bringing up the tale to 16, and fire, which should be known as the householder, these 17 are said to be the limbs of sacrifice. Sacrifice, the Shruti declares, is the root of the world and its course. With clarified butter, milk, curds, dung, curds mixed with milk, skin, the hair in her tail, horns, and hoofs, the cow alone is able to furnish all the necessaries of sacrifice. Particular ones amongst these that are laid down for particular sacrifices, coupled with rituages and presents to the priests themselves and other brahmanas, together sustain sacrifices. 1233. By collecting these things together, people accomplish sacrifices. 1234. This Shruti, consistent with the truth, is heard that all things have been created for the performance of sacrifice. It was thus that all men of ancient time set themselves to the performance of sacrifices. As regards that person, however, who performs sacrifices because of the conviction that sacrifices should be performed and not for the sake of fruit or reward, it is seen that he does not injure any creature or bear himself with hostility to anything, or set himself to the accomplishment of any worldly task. 1235. Those things that have been named as the limbs of sacrifice, and those other things that have been mentioned as required in sacrifices and that are indicated in the ordinances, all uphold one another for the completion of sacrifices, when used according to the approved ritual. 1236. I behold also this Smritis compiled by the Rishis, into which the Vedas have been introduced. Men of learning regard them as authoritative in consequence of their following the Brahmanas. 1237. Sacrifices have the Brahmanas for that progenitor, and truly they rest upon the Brahmanas. The whole universe rests upon sacrifice, and sacrifice rests upon the universe. 1238. The syllable Om is the root from which the Vedas have sprung. Every rite, therefore, should commence with the utterance of that syllable of vast import. Of him who has uttered for him the syllables Om, Namas, Swaha, Svada, and Vashat, and who has, according to the extent of his ability, performed sacrifices and other rites, there is no fear in respect of next life in all the three worlds. Thus say the Vedas, and sages crowned with ascetic success, and the foremost of rishis. He in whom are the richs, the ajuses, the samans, and the expletives necessary for completing the rhythm of the samans according to the rules laid down in Vedic grammars, is, indeed, a Brahmana. 1239. Thou knowest, O adorable Brahmana, what the fruits are of Agnihotra, of the Soma sacrifice, and of the other great sacrifices. I say, for this reason, one should sacrifice and assist at other people's sacrifices, without scruples of any kind. One who performs such sacrifices as lead to heaven, such as Jyotishtoma, etc., obtains higher rewards hereafter in the form of heavenly beatitude. This is certain, viz., that they who do not perform sacrifices have neither this world nor the next. They who are really conversant with the declarations of the Vedas regard both kinds of declarations, viz., those that incite to acts and those that preach abstention, as equally authoritative. Section 6. Kepler said, beholding that all the fruits that are attainable by acts are terminable instead of being eternal, Yatis, by adopting self-restraint and tranquility, attain to Brahma through the path of knowledge. There is nothing in any of the worlds that can impede them, for by mere fiats of their will they crown all their wishes with success. They are freed from the influence of all pairs of opposites. They never bow down their heads to anything or any creature. They are above all the bonds of want. Wisdom is theirs. Cleansed they are from every sin. Pure and spotless they live and rove about, in great happiness. They have, in their own understandings, arrived at settled conclusions in respect of all destructible objects and of a life of renunciation, by comparing the two together. Devoted to Brahma, already become like unto Brahma, they have taken refuge in Brahma. Transcending grief, and freed from the equality of rajas, theirs are acquisitions that are eternal. When the high end, that is these men's, is within reach of attainment, what need has one for practicing the duties of the domestic mode of life? 1240. Sumarasam he said, if, indeed, that be the highest object of acquisition, if that be truly the highest end, which is attained by practicing renunciation, then the importance of the domestic mode of life becomes manifest, because without the domestic mode no other mode of life ever becomes possible. Indeed, as all living creatures are able to live in consequence of their dependence on their respective mothers, after the same manner the three other modes of life exist in consequence of their dependence upon the domestic mode. The householder who leads the life of domesticity performs sacrifices and practices penances. Whatever is done by anybody from desire of happiness has for its root the domestic mode of life. All living creatures regard the procreation of offspring as a source of great happiness. The procreation of offspring, however, becomes impossible in any other mode of life than domesticity. Every kind of grass and straw, all plants and herbs that yield corn or grain, and others of the same class that grow on hills and mountains, have the domestic mode of life for their root. Upon those depend the life of living creatures. And since nothing else is seen in the universe than life, domesticity may be looked upon as the refuge of the entire universe. 1241. Who then speaks the truth that says that domesticity cannot lead to the acquisition of emancipation? Only those that are destitute of faith and wisdom and penetration, only those that are destitute of reputation, that are idle and toil-worn, that have misery for their share in consequence of their past acts, only those that are destitute of learning, behold the plenitude of tranquility in a life of mendicancy. The eternal and certain distinctions, laid down in the Vedas, are the causes that sustain the three worlds. That illustrious person of the highest order who is conversant with the Vedas, is worshipped from the very date of his birth. Besides the performance of Garbhadhana, Vedic mantras become necessary for enabling persons of the regenerate classes to accomplish all their acts in respect of both this and the other world. 1242. In cremating his body, after death, in the matter of his attainment of a second body, in that of his drink and food after such attainment, in that of giving away kine and other animals for helping him to cross the river that divides the region of life from that of Yama, in that of sinking funeral cakes in water, Vedic mantras are necessary. Then again the three classes of Baitres, viz., the Archishmats, the Vahashads, and the Kravyads, approve of the necessity of mantras in the case of the dead, and mantras are allowed to be efficient causes for attainment of the objects for which these ceremonies and rites have been directed to be performed. when the Vedas say this so loudly, and when again human beings are said to owe debts to the Pitris, the Rishis, and the gods, how can anyone attain to emancipation? 1243. This false doctrine of incorporeal existence called emancipation, apparently dressed in colors of truth, but subversive of the real purport of the declarations of the Vedas, has been introduced by learned men reft of prosperity and eaten up by idleness. That Brahmana who performs sacrifices according to the declarations of the Vedas is never seduced by sin. Through sacrifices, such a person attains to high regions of felicity along with the animals he has slain in those sacrifices, and himself, gratified by the acquisition of all his wishes, succeeds in gratifying those animals by fulfilling their wishes. By disregarding the Vedas, by guile, or by deception, one never succeeds in attaining to the Supreme. On the other hand, it is by practicing the rites laid down in the Vedas that one succeeds in attaining to Brahma. Kepler said, if acts are obligatory, then there are the Dasa, the Purnamasa, the Agnihotra, the Chaturmasya, and other acts for the man of intelligence. In their performance is eternal merit. Why then perform acts involving cruelty? Those that have betaken themselves to the sannyasa mode of life, that abstain from all acts, that are endued with patience, that are cleansed of wrath and every fault, and that are conversant with Brahma, succeed by such knowledge of Brahma in paying off the debts thou speakest of, to the gods, the Rishis, and the Pitris, represented to be so very fond of libations poured in sacrifices. 1244. The very gods become stupefied in tracing the track of that trackless person who constitutes himself the soul of all creatures and who looks upon all creatures with an equal eye. Through instructions received from the preceptor one knows that which dwells within this frame to be of a fourfold nature, having besides 4 doors and 4 mouths. In consequence of their possession of 2 arms, the organ of speech, the stomach, and the organ of pleasure, the very gods are said to have 4 doors. One should, therefore, strive one's best to keep those doors under control. 1245. One should not gamble with dice. One should not appropriate what belongs to another. One should not assist at the sacrifice of a person of ignoble birth. One should not, giving way to wrath, smite another with hands or feet. That intelligent man who conducts himself in this way is said to have his hands and feet well controlled. One should not indulge in vociferous abuse or censure. One should not speak words that are vain. One should forbear from knavery and from calumniating others. One should observe the vow of truthfulness, be sparing of speech, and always heedful. By conducting oneself in this way one will have one's organ of speech well restrained. One should not abstain entirely from food. One should not eat too much. One should give up covetousness, and always seek the companionship of the good. One should eat only so much as is needed for sustaining life. By conducting oneself in this way one succeeds in properly controlling the door represented by one's stomach. One should not, O hero, lustfully take another wife when one has a wedded spouse, with whom to perform all religious acts. One should never summon a woman to bed except in her season. One should confine oneself to one's own wedded spouse without seeking congress with other women. By conducting oneself in this way one is said to have one's organ of pleasure properly controlled. That man of wisdom is truly a regenerate person who has all his 4 doors, viz., the organ of pleasure, the stomach, the 2 arms, and 2 feet, and the organ of speech, properly controlled. Everything becomes useless of that person whose doors are not well controlled. What can the penance of such a man do? What can his sacrifices bring about? What can be achieved by his body? The gods know him for a Brahmana who has cast off his upper garment, who sleeps on the bare ground, who makes his arm a pillow, and whose heart is possessed of tranquility. 1246. That person who, devoted to contemplation, singly enjoys all the happiness that wedded couples enjoy, and who turns not his attention to the joys and griefs of others, should be known for a Brahmana. 1247. That man who rightly understands all this as it exists in reality and its multiform transformations, and who knows what the end is of all created objects, is known by the gods for a Brahmana. 1248. One who hath no fear from any creature, and from whom no creature hath any fear, and who constitutes himself the soul of all creatures, should be known for a Brahmana. Without having acquired purity of heart, which is the true result of all pious acts such as gifts and sacrifices, men of foolish understandings do not succeed in obtaining a knowledge of what is needed in making one a Brahmana, even when explained by preceptors. Destitute of a knowledge of all this, these men desire fruits of a different kind, viz., heaven and its joys. 1249. Unable to practice even a small part of that good conduct which has come down from remote times, which is eternal, which is characterized by certitude, which enters as a thread in all our duties, and by adopting which men of knowledge belonging to all the modes of life convert their respective duties and penances into terrible weapons for destroying the ignorance and evils of worldliness. Men of foolish understandings regard acts that are productive of visible fruits, that are fraught with the highest puissance, and that are deathless, as fruitless after all, and as deviations from the proper course, not sanctioned by the scriptures. In truth, however, that conduct, embracing as it does practices the very opposite of those that are seen in seasons of distress, is the very essence of heedfulness, and is never affected by lust and wrath and other passions of a similar kind. 1250. As regards sacrifices again, it is very difficult to ascertain all their particulars. If ascertained, it is very difficult to observe them in practice. If practiced, the fruits to which they lead are terminable. Mark this well, and marking this, do thou betake thyself to the path of knowledge. Siumarasam, he said, the Vedas countenance acts and discountenance them. Whence then is their authority when their declarations thus contradict each other? Renunciation of acts, again, is productive of great benefit. Both these have been indicated in the Vedas. Do thou discourse to me on this subject, O Brahmana. Kapila said, betaking yourselves to the path of the good, viz., yoga, do you even in this life realize its fruits by the direct evidence of your senses? What, however, are the visible results of those other objects which you, men of acts, pursue? Siumarasam, he said, O Brahmana, I am Siumarasam by name. I have come here for acquiring knowledge. Desirous of doing good to myself, I have started this conversation in nathless candor and not from desire of disputation. The dark doubt has taken possession of my mind. O illustrious one, solve it to me. Thou hast said that they who take the path of the good, viz., yoga, by which Brahma is attained, realize its fruits by the direct evidence of their senses. What, indeed, is that which is so realizable by the direct evidence of the senses and which is pursued by yourselves? Avoiding all sciences that have disputation only for their foremost object, I have so studied the Agama as to have duly mastered their true meaning. By Agama I understand the declarations of the Vedas. I also include in that word those sciences based on logic which have for their object the bringing out of the real meaning of the Vedas. 1251. Without avoiding the duties laid down for the particular mode of life which one may lead, one should pursue the practices laid down in Agama. Such observance of the practices laid down in Agama crowns one with success. In consequence of the certainty of the conclusions of Agama, the success to which the latter leads may be said to be almost realizable by direct evidence. As a boat that is tied to another bound for a different port cannot take its passengers to the port they desire to reach, even so ourselves, dragged by our acts due to past desires, can never cross the interminable river of birth and death, and reach the heaven of rest and peace we may have in view. Discourse to me on this topic, O illustrious one. Teach me as a preceptor teaches a disciple. No one can be found amongst men that has completely renounced all worldly objects, nor one that is perfectly contented with oneself, nor one that has transcended grief, nor one that is perfectly free from disease, nor one that is absolutely free from the desire to act for one's own benefit, nor one that has an absolute distaste for companionship, nor one that has entirely abstained from acts of every kind. Even men like yourself are seen to give way to joy and indulge in grief as persons like ourselves. Like other creatures, the senses of persons like yourselves have their functions and objects. Tell me, in what then, if we are to investigate the question of happiness, does pure felicity consist for all the four orders of men and all the four modes of life and which have, as regards their inclinations, the same resting ground? Kepler said, whatever the sastras according to which one performs the acts one feels inclined to do, the ordinances laid down in it for regulating those acts never become fruitless. Whatever again the school of opinion according to which one may conduct oneself, one is sure to attain to the highest end by only observing the duties of self-restraint of yoga. Knowledge assists that man in crossing this interminable river of life and death, who pursues knowledge. That conduct, however, which men pursue after deviating from the path of knowledge, afflicts them, by subjecting them to the evils of life and death. It is evident that ye are possessed of knowledge and dissociated from every worldly object that may produce distress. But have any of you at any time succeeded in acquiring that knowledge in consequence of which everything is capable of being viewed as identical with one universal soul? 1252. Without a correct apprehension of the scriptures, some there are, fond only of disputation, who, in consequence of being overwhelmed by desire and aversion, become the slaves of pride and arrogance. Without having correctly understood the meaning of scriptural declarations, these robbers of the scriptures, these depredators of Brahma, influenced by arrogance and error, refuse to pursue tranquility and practice self-restraint. 1253. These men behold fruitlessness on every side, and if, by chance, they succeed in obtaining the puissance of knowledge they never impart it to others for rescuing them. Made up entirely of the quality of dharmas, they have dharmas only for their refuge. One becomes subject to all the instants of that nature which one imbibes. Accordingly, of him who hath dharmas for his refuge, the passions of envy, lust, wrath, pride, falsehood, and vanity continually grow, for one's qualities have one's nature for their spring. Thinking in this strain and beholding these faults, through the aid of instructions secured from preceptors, yatis, who covet the highest end, betake themselves to yoga, leaving both good and ill. 1254. Siyumarasam, he said, O Brahmana, all that I have said about the laudable character of acts and the opposite character of renunciation is strictly conformable to the scriptures. It is, however, very true that without a correct apprehension of the meaning of the scriptures, one does not feel inclined to obey what the scriptures really declare. Whatever conduct is consistent with equity is consistent with the scriptures. Even that is what the Suruti declares. Similarly, whatever conduct is inconsistent with equity is inconsistent with the scriptures. This also is declared by the Suruti. It is certain that no one can do an act that is scriptural by transgressing the scriptures. That again is unscriptural, which is against the Vedas. The Suruti declares this. Many men, who believe only what directly appeals to their senses, behold only this world, and not what is addressed in the Scriptures to faith. They do not behold what the Scriptures declare to be false. They have, accordingly, like ourselves, to give way to grief. Those objects of the senses with which men like you are concerned are the same with which other living creatures are concerned. Yet in consequence of your knowledge of the soul and their ignorance of it, how vast is the difference that exists between you and them. All the four orders of men and all the four modes of life, however different their duties, seek the same single end, viz., the highest happiness. Thou art possessed of unquestioned talents and abilities for ascertaining that particular course of conduct amongst those various duties, which is well calculated to accomplish the desired end. Thou hast, by discoursing to me on the infinite, Brahma, filled my soul with tranquility. As regards ourselves, in consequence of our inability to understand the soul, we are destitute of a correct apprehension of the reality. Our wisdom is concerned with things that are low, and we are enveloped in thick darkness. The course of conduct, however, that thou hast indicated for enabling one to attain to emancipation, is exceedingly difficult of practice. Only he who is devoted to yoga, who has discharged all his duties, who is capable of roving everywhere depending only on his own body, who has brought his soul under perfect control, who has transcended the requirements of the science of morality and who disregards the whole world and everything belonging to it, can transgress the declarations of the Vedas with respect to acts, and say that there is emancipation. 1255. For one, however, who lives in the midst of relatives, this course of conduct is exceedingly difficult to follow. Gift, study of the Vedas, sacrifices, begetting offspring, simplicity of dealing, when by practicing even these no one succeeds in attaining to emancipation, fie on him who seeks to attain to it, and on emancipation itself that is sought. It seems that the labor spent upon attaining to it is all fruitless. One becomes chargeable with atheism if one disregards the Vedas by not doing the acts they direct. O illustrious one, I desire to hear without delay about that emancipation which comes in the Vedas after the declarations in favor of acts. Do tell me the truth, O Brahmana. I sit at thy feet as a disciple. Teach me kindly. I wish to know as much about emancipation as is known to thee, O learned one. Section CCLXX. Kepler said, the Vedas are regarded as authoritative by all. People never disregard them. Brahma is of the two kinds, viz., Brahma as represented by sound, and Brahma as supreme and intangible. 1256. One conversant with Brahma represented by sound succeeds in attaining to supreme Brahma. Commencing with the rites of Garbhadhana, that body which the sire creates with the aid of Vedic mantras is cleansed, after birth, by Vedic mantras. 1257. When the body has been cleansed with purificatory rites, performed with the aid of Vedic mantras, the owner thereof comes to be called a Brahmana and becomes a vessel fit for receiving knowledge of Brahma. Know that the reward of acts is purity of heart, which only leads to emancipation. I shall presently speak to thee of that. Whether purity of heart has been attained or not, by performance of acts, is what can be known to the person himself who has attained it. It can never be known with the aid of either the Vedas or inference. They that cherish no expectation, that discard every kind of wealth by not storing anything for future use, that are not covetous, and that are free from every kind of affection and aversion, perform sacrifices because of the conviction that their performance is a duty. To make gifts unto deserving persons is the end, right use, of all wealth. Never addicted at any time to sinful acts, observant of those rites that have been laid down in the Vedas, capable of crowning all their wishes with fruition, endued with certain conclusions through pure knowledge, never giving way to wrath, never indulging in envy, free from pride and malice, firm in yoga. 1258, of unstained birth, unstained conduct, and unstained learning, devoted to the good of all creatures. There were in days of yore many men, leading lives of domesticity and thoroughly devoted to their own duties. There were many kings also of the same qualifications, devoted to yoga, like Janaka, etc., and many brahmanas also of the same character, like Yajnavalkya and others. 1259, they behaved equally towards all creatures and were endued with perfect sincerity. Contentment was theirs, and certainty of knowledge. Visible were the rewards of the righteousness, and pure were they in behavior and heart. They were possessed of faith in Brahma of both forms. 1260, at first making their hearts pure, they duly observed all excellent vows. They were observant of the duties of righteousness on even occasions of distress and difficulty, without falling off in any particular. Uniting together, they used to perform meritorious acts. In this they found great happiness. And inasmuch as they never tripped, they had never to perform any expiation. Relying as they did upon the true course of righteousness, they became endued with irresistible energy. They never followed their own understandings in the matter of earning merit, but followed the dictates of the scriptures alone for that end. Accordingly, they were never guilty of guile in the matter of performing acts of righteousness. 1261, in consequence of their observing unitedly the absolute ordinances of the scriptures without betaking themselves ever to the rites laid down in the alternative, they were never under the necessity of performing expiation. 1262. There is no expiation for men living in the observance of the ordinances laid down in the scriptures. The Shruti declares that expiation exists for only men that are weak and unable to follow the absolute and substantive provisions of the sacred law. Many brahmanas there were of this kind in days of old, devoted to the performance of sacrifices, of profound knowledge of the Vedas, possessed of purity and good conduct, and endued with fame. They always worshipped Brahma in the sacrifices, and were free from desire. Possessed of learning, they transcended all the bonds of life. The sacrifices of these men, their knowledge of the Vedas, their acts performed in obedience to the ordinances, their study of the scripture at the fixed hours, and the wishes they entertained, freed as they were from lust and wrath, observant as they were of pious conduct and acts notwithstanding all difficulties, renowned as they were for performing the duties of their own order and mode of life, purified as their souls were in consequence of their very nature, characterized as they were by thorough sincerity, devoted as they were to tranquility, and mindful as they were of their own practices, were identical with infinite Brahma. Even this is the eternal Shruti heard by us. 1263. The penances of men that were so high-souled, of men whose conduct and acts were so difficult of observance and accomplishment, of men whose wishes were crowned with fruition in consequence of the strict discharge of their duties, became efficacious weapons for the destruction of all earthly desires. The Brahmanas say that good conduct, which is wonderful, whose origin may be traced to very ancient times, which is eternal and whose characteristics are unchangeable, which differs from the practices to which even the good resort in seasons of distress and represents their acts in other situations, which is identical with heedfulness, over which lust and wrath and other evil passions can never prevail, and in consequence of which there was, at one time, no transgression in all mankind, subsequently came to be distributed into 4 subdivisions, corresponding with the 4 modes of life by persons unable to practice its duties in minute detail and entirety. 1264. They that are good, by duly observing that course of good conduct after adoption of the sannyasa mode of life, attain to the highest end. They also that betake themselves to the forest mode reach the same high end, by duly observing that conduct. They too that observe the domestic mode of life attain to the highest end, by duly practicing the same conduct, and, lastly, those that lead the Brahmacharya mode obtain the same end by a due observance of the same conduct. 1265. Those Brahmanas are seen to shine in the firmament as luminaries, shedding beneficent rays of light all around. Those myriads of Brahmanas have become stars and constellations set in their fixed tracks. In consequence of contentment or renunciation, they have all attained to infinity, as the Vedas declare. If such men have to come back to the world through the wombs of living creatures, they are never stained by sins which have the unexhausted residue of previous acts for their originating cause. Indeed, one who has led the life of a Brahmacharin and waited dutifully upon his preceptor, who has arrived at settled conclusions in respect of the soul, and who has devoted himself to yoga thus, is truly a Brahmana. Who else would deserve to be called a Brahmana? When acts alone determine who is a Brahmana and who is not, acts, good or bad, must be held to indicate the happiness or misery of a person. As regards those that have by conquering all evil passions acquired purity of heart, we have heard the eternal Shruti that in consequence of the infinity to which they attain, through beholding the universal soul, and of the knowledge of Brahma, they acquire through the declarations of Shrutis, they behold everything to be Brahma. The duties of tranquility, self-restraint, abstention from acts, renunciation, devotion, and the abstraction of samadhi, followed by those men of pure hearts, that are freed from desire, and that have emancipation only for their object, for acquisition of the knowledge of Brahma, are equally laid down for all the four orders of men and all the four modes of life. Verily, that knowledge has always acquired by Brahmanas of pure hearts and restrained soul. 1266. One whose soul is for renunciation based upon contentment is regarded as the refuge of true knowledge. Renunciation, in which is that knowledge which leads to emancipation, and which is highly necessary for a Brahmana, is eternal, and comes down from preceptor to pupil forever and ever. 1267. Renunciation sometimes exists mixed with the duties of other modes. But whether existing in that state or by itself, one practices it according to the measure of one's strength. That depends upon the degree of one's absence of worldly desires. Renunciation is the cause of supreme benefit unto every kind of person. Only he that is weak fails to practice it. That pure-hearted man who seeks to attain to Brahma becomes rescued from the world, with its misery. 1268. Sumarasam, he said, amongst those that are given up to enjoyment of property, they that make gifts, they that perform sacrifices, they that devote themselves to the study of the Vedas, and they that betake themselves to a life of renunciation after having acquired and enjoyed wealth and all its pleasures, when they depart from this world, who is it that attains to the foremost place in heaven? I ask thee this, O Brahmana. Do thou tell me truly? Kapila said, those who lead a life of domesticity are certainly auspicious and acquire excellence of every kind. They are unable, however, to enjoy the felicity that attaches to renunciation. Even thou mayst see this. 1269. Sumarasam, he said, ye depend upon knowledge as the means for the attainment of emancipation. Those who lead lives of domesticity have planted their faith in acts. It has, however, been said that the end of all modes of life is emancipation. 1270. No difference, therefore, is observable between them in respect of either their superiority or inferiority of puissance. O illustrious one, do thou tell me then how stands the matter truly? Kapila said, acts only cleanse the body. Knowledge, however, is the highest end, for which one strives. 1271. When all faults of the heart are cured by acts, and when the felicity of Brahma becomes established in knowledge, benevolence, forgiveness, tranquility, compassion, truthfulness, and candor, abstention from injury, absence of pride, modesty, renunciation, and abstention from work are attained. These constitute the path that lead to Brahma. By those one attains to what is the highest. That the cure of all fault of the heart is the result of acts becomes intelligible to the wise man when these are attained. That, indeed, is regarded as the highest end which is obtained by Brahmanas endued with wisdom, withdrawn from all acts, possessed of purity and the certitude of knowledge. One who succeeds in acquiring a knowledge of the Vedas, of that which is taught by the Vedas, viz., Brahma as represented in acts, and the minutiae of acts, is said to be conversant with the Vedas. Any other man is only a bag of wind. 1272. One who is conversant with the Vedas knows everything, for everything is established on the Vedas. Verily, the present, past, and future all exist in the Vedas. 1273. This one conclusion is deducible from all the scriptures, viz., that this universe exists and does not exist. To the man of knowledge this, all that is perceived, is both sat and asat. To him, this all is both the end and the middle. 1274. This truth rests upon all the Vedas, viz., that when complete renunciation takes place one obtains what is sufficient. Then again the highest contentment follows and rests upon emancipation. 1275, which is absolute, which exists as the soul of all mortal and immortal things, which is well known as such universal soul, which is the highest object of knowledge as being identical with all mobile and immobile things, which is full, which is perfect felicity, which is without duality, which is the foremost of all things, which is Brahma, which is unmanifest, and the cause also, whence the unmanifest has sprung, and which is without deterioration of any kind. 1276. Ability to subdue the senses, forgiveness, and abstention from work in consequence of the absence of desire, these three are the cause of perfect felicity. With the aid of these three qualities, men having understanding for their eyes succeed in reaching that Brahma which is uncreate, which is the prime cause of the universe, which is unchangeable and which is beyond destruction. I bow to that Brahma, which is identical with him that knows it. 1277. Section Glxxi. Yudhishthira said, the Vedas, O Bharata, discourse of religion, profit, and pleasure. Tell me, however, O grandsire, the attainment of which, amongst these three, is regarded as superior. Bhishma said, I shall, in this connection, recite to thee the ancient narrative of the benefit that Gandhara in days of old had conferred upon one who was devoted to him. Once on a time a Brahmana destitute of wealth sought to acquire virtue, induced by the desire of fruit. He continually set his heart upon wealth for employing it in the celebration of sacrifices. For achieving his purpose he set himself to the practice of the austerest penances. Resolved to accomplish his purpose, he began to worship the deities with great devotion. But he failed to obtain wealth by such worship of the deities. He thereupon began to reflect, saying unto himself, what is that deity, hitherto unadored by men, who may be favourably disposed towards me without delay? While reflecting in this strain with a cool mind, he beheld stationed before him that retainer of the deities, viz., the cloud called Gandhara. As soon as he beheld that mighty armed being, the Brahmana's feelings of devotion were excited, and he said unto himself, this one will surely bestow prosperity upon me. Indeed, his form indicates as much. He lives in close proximity to the deities. He has not as yet been adored by other men. he will verily give me abundant wealth without any delay. The Brahmana, then, having concluded thus, worshipped that cloud with tupas and perfumes and garlands of flowers of the most superior kind, and with diverse kinds of offerings. Thus worshipped, the cloud became very soon pleased with his worshipper and uttered these words fraught with benefit to that Brahmana: the wise have ordained expiation for one guilty of Brahmanicide, or of drinking alcohol, or of stealing, or of neglecting all meritorious vows. There is no expiation, however, for one that is ungrateful. 1278. Expectation hath the child named iniquity. Ire, again, is regarded to be a child of envy. Cupidity is the child of deceit. Ingratitude, however, is barren, and hath no offspring. After this, that Brahmana, stretched on a bed of kusa grass, and penetrated with the energy of Kandadara, beheld all living beings in a dream. Indeed, in consequence of his absence of passion, penances, and devotion, that Brahmana of cleansed soul, standing aloof from all carnal enjoyments, beheld in the night that effect of his devotion to Kandadara. Indeed, O Yudhishthira, he beheld the high-souled Manibhadra of great effulgence stationed in the midst of the deities, employed in giving his orders. That the gods seemed to be engaged in bestowing kingdoms and riches upon men, induced by their good deeds, and in taking them away when men fell off from goodness. 1279. Then, O bull of Bharata's race, Kandadara of great effulgence, bending himself low, prostrated himself on the ground before the gods in the presence of all the Yakshas. At the command of the gods, the high-souled Manibhadra addressed the prostrate Kandadara and said, "What does Kandadara want?" Thereupon Kandadara replied, "If, indeed, the gods are pleased with me, that Brahmana reverences me greatly, I pray for some favor being shown to him, something, that is, that may bring him happiness." Hearing this, Manibhadra, commanded by the gods, once more said unto Kandadara of great intelligence these words: "Rise, rise up, O Kandadara. Thy suit is successful. Be thou happy. If this Brahmana be desirous of wealth, let wealth be given to him, that is, as much wealth as this thy friend desires. At the command of the gods I shall give him untold wealth." Kandadara, then, reflecting upon the fleeting and unreal character of the status of humanity, set his heart, O Yudhishthira, upon inclining the Brahmana to penances. Indeed, Kandadara said, "I do not, O giver of wealth, beg for wealth on behalf of this Brahmana. I desire the bestowal of another favor upon him. I do not solicit for this devotee of mine mountains of pearls and gems, or even the whole earth with all her riches. I desire, however, that he should be virtuous. Let his heart find pleasure in virtue. Let him have virtue for his stay. Let virtue be the foremost of all objects with him. Even this is the favor that meets with my approval." Manibhadra said, "The fruits of virtue are always sovereignty and happiness of diverse kinds. Let this one enjoy those fruits, always freed from physical pain of every kind." Bhishma continued, thus addressed: "Kandadara, however, of great celebrity, repeatedly solicited virtue alone for that Brahmana. The gods were highly pleased at it. Then Manibhadra said, 'The gods are all pleased with thee as also with this Brahmana. This one shall become a virtuous-souled person. He shall devote his mind to virtue.'" The cloud, Kandadara, became delighted, O Yudhishthira, at thus having been successful in obtaining his wish. The boon that he had got was one that was unattainable by anybody else. The Brahmana then beheld scattered round him many delicate fabrics of cloth. Without minding them at all, although so costly, the Brahmana came to disnourish the world. The Brahmana said, "When this one doth not set any value upon good deeds, Who else will? I had better go to the woods for leading a life of righteousness. 1280. Bhishma continued, cherishing a distaste for the world, and through the grace also of the gods, that foremost of Brahmanas entered the woods and commenced to undergo the austerest of penances, subsisting upon such fruits and roots as remained after serving the deities and guests. The mind of that regenerate person, O monarch, was firmly set upon virtue. Gradually, the Brahmana, renouncing fruits and roots, betook himself to leaves of trees as his food. Then, renouncing leaves, he took to water only as his subsistence. After that he passed many years by subsisting upon air alone. All the while, his strength did not diminish. This seemed exceedingly marvelous. Devoted to virtue and engaged in the practice of the severest austerities, after a long time he acquired spiritual vision. He then reflected, saying unto himself, if, being gratified with anybody, I give him wealth, my speech would never be untrue. 1281. With a face lighted up by smiles, he once more began to undergo severe austerities. And once more, having won higher success, he thought that he could, by a fiat of the will, then create the very highest objects. If, gratified with any person whatsoever I give him even sovereignty, he will immediately become a king, for my words will never be untrue. While he was thinking in this way, Kandadara, induced by his friendship for the Brahmana and no less by the ascetic success which the Brahmana had achieved, showed himself, O Bharata, unto his friend and devotee. Meeting with him, the Brahmana offered him worship according to the observances ordained. The Brahmana, however, felt some surprise, O king. Then Kandadara addressed the Brahmana, saying, Thou hast now got an excellent and spiritual eye. Behold with this vision of thine the end that is attained by kings, and survey all the worlds besides. The Brahmana then, with his spiritual vision, beheld from a distance thousands of kings sunk in hell. Kandadara said, After having worshipped me with devotion thou didst get sorrow for thy share, what then would have been the good done to thee by me, and what the value of my favour? Look, for what end men desire the gratification of carnal enjoyments. The door of heaven is closed unto men. Bhishma continued, the Brahmana then beheld many men living in this world, embracing lust, and wrath, and cupidity, and fear, and pride, and sleep, and procrastination, and inactivity. Kandadara said, with these vices, all human beings are enchained. The gods are afraid of men. These vices, at the command of the gods, mar and disconcert on every side. 1282. No man can become virtuous unless permitted by the gods. In consequence of their permission, thou hast become competent to give away kingdoms and wealth through thy penances. Bhishma continued, thus addressed the righteous Sut Brahmana, bending his head unto that cloud, prostrated himself on the ground, and said, Thou hast, indeed, done me a great favour. Unconscious of the great affection shown by thee towards me, I had through the influence of desire and cupidity, failed to display good will towards thee. Then Kandadara said unto that foremost of regenerate persons, I have forgiven thee, and having embraced him with his arms disappeared therein then. The Brahmana then roamed through all the worlds, having attained to ascetic success through the grace of Kandadara. Through the puissance gained from virtue and penances, one acquires competence to sail through the skies and to fructify all one's wishes and purposes, and finally attain to the highest end. The gods and Brahmanas and Yakshas and all good men and Charanas always adore those that are virtuous, but never those that are rich or given up to the indulgence of their desires. The gods are truly propitious to thee since thy mind is devoted to virtue. In wealth there may be a very little happiness, but in virtue the measure of happiness is very great. Section Kliksksai. Yiddish theory said, amongst the diverse kinds of sacrifices, all of which, of course, are regarded to have but one object, viz., the cleansing of the heart. O the glory of God, tell me, O grandsire, what that sacrifice is which has been ordained for the sake only of virtue and not for the acquisition of either heaven or wealth. 1283. Bhishma said, in this connection I shall relate to thee the history, formerly recited by Narada, of a Brahmana who for performing sacrifices, lived according to the Anshar mode. Narada said, in one of the foremost of kingdoms that was distinguished again for virtue, there lived a Brahmana, devoted to penances and living according to the Anshar mode. That Brahmana was earnestly engaged in adoring Vishnu in sacrifices. 1284. He had samaka for his food, as also Suryapani and Shuvakala and other kinds of proverbs that were bitter and disagreeable to the taste. In consequence, however, of his penances, all these tasted sweet. 1285. Abstaining from injuring any creature, and leading the life of a forest recluse, he attained to ascetic success. With roots and fruits, O scorcher of foes, he used to adore Vishnu in sacrifices that were intended to confer heaven upon him. 1286. The Brahmana, whose name was Satya, had a wife named Pushkaradharini. She was pure-minded, and had emaciated herself by the observance of many austere vows. Herself having been of a benevolent disposition, and her husband being thus addicted to sacrifices that were cruel, she did not approve of the conduct of her lord. Summoned, however, to take her seat by his side as his spouse, for the performance of a sacrifice, she feared to incur his curse and, therefore, comforted herself with his conduct. The garments that invested her body consisted of the cast-off plumes of peacocks. Although unwilling, she still performed that sacrifice at the command of her lord who had become its haughtrey. In that forest, near to the Brahmana's asylum, lived a neighbour of his, viz., the virtuous Panada of Sukra's race, having assumed the form of a deer. He addressed that Brahmana, whose name was Satya, in articulate speech and said unto him these words, Thou wouldst be acting very improperly. 1287. If this sacrifice of thine were accomplished in such a manner as to be defective in mantras and other particulars of ritual, I, therefore, ask thee to slay and cut me in pieces for making libations therewith on thy sacrificial fire. To this and becoming blameless ascend to heaven. Then the presiding goddess of the solar disk, viz., Savitri, came to that sacrifice in her own embodied form and insisted upon that Brahmana in doing what he desired by the deer to do. And to that goddess, however, who thus insisted, the Brahmana replied, saying, I shall not slay this deer who lives with me in the same neighborhood. 1288. Thus addressed by the Brahmana, the goddess Savitri desisted and entered the sacrificial fire from desire of surveying the netherworld, and wishing to avoid the sight of other defects in that sacrifice. 1289. The deer, then, with joined hands, once more begged of Satya to be cut in pieces and poured into the sacrificial fire. Satya, however, embraced him in friendship and dismissed him, saying, Go. 1290. At this, the deer seemed to leave that place. But after he had gone 8 steps, he returned, and said, Verily, do thou slay me? Truly do I say, slain by thee I am sure to attain to a righteous end. I give thee spiritual vision. Behold the celestial Apsaras and the beautiful vehicles of the high-souled Gandharvas. Beholding that sight, for a protracted space of time, with longing eyes, and seeing the deer, solicitous of sacrifice, and thinking that residence in heaven is attainable by only slaughter, he approved of the counsels the deer had given. It was Dharma himself who had become a deer that lived in those woods for many years. Seeing the Brahmana tempted by the prospect he beheld, Dharma provided for his salvation and counselled him, saying, "This, viz., slaughter of living creatures, is not conformable to the ordinances about sacrifices." 1291. The penances, which had been of very large measure, of that Brahmana whose mind had entertained the desire of slaying the deer, diminished greatly in consequence of that thought itself. The injuring of living creatures, therefore, forms no part of sacrifice. 1292. Then the illustrious Dharma, having assumed his real form, himself assisted that Brahmana, by discharging the priestly office, to perform a sacrifice. The Brahmana, after this, in consequence of his renewed penances, attained to that state of mind which was his spouse's. 1293. Abstention from injury is that religion which is complete in respect of its rewards. The religion, however, of cruelty is only thus far beneficial that it leads to heaven, which has a termination. I have spoken to thee of that religion of truth which, indeed, is the religion of those that are utterers of Brahma. 1294. Section XXI. Yudhishthira said, "By what means doth a man become sinful? By what doth he achieve virtue? By what doth he attain to renunciation? And by what doth he win emancipation?" Bhishma said, "Thou knowest all duties. This question that thou askest is only for confirmation of thy conclusions. Listen now to emancipation, and renunciation, and sin, and virtue to their very roots. Perceiving any one of the five objects, viz., form, taste, scent, sound, and touch, desire runs after it at first. Indeed, obtaining them within the purview of the senses, O chief of Bharata's race, desire or aversion springs up. 1295. 1. Then, for the sake of that object, that is, for acquisition of what is liked and avoidance of what is disliked, strives and begins acts that involve much labor. One endeavors one's best for repeatedly enjoying those forms and scents, and the three other objects of the remaining three senses, that appear very agreeable. Gradually, attachment, and aversion, and greed, and errors of judgment arise. The mind of one overwhelmed by greed and error and affected by attachment and aversion is never directed to virtue. One then begins with hypocrisy to do acts that are good. Indeed, with hypocrisy one then seeks to acquire virtue, and with hypocrisy one likes to acquire wealth. When one succeeds, O son of Kuru's race, in winning wealth with hypocrisy, one sets one's heart to such acquisition wholly. It is then that one begins to do acts that are sinful, notwithstanding the admonitions of well-wishers and the wise, and to all which he makes answers plausibly consistent with reason and conformable to the injunctions of the scriptures. Born of attachment and error, his sins, of three kinds, rapidly increase, for he thinks sinfully, speaks sinfully, and acts sinfully. When he fairly starts on the way of sin, they that are good mark his wickedness. They, however, that are of a disposition similar to that of the sinful man, enter into friendship with him. He succeeds not in winning happiness even here. Whence then would he succeed in winning happiness hereafter? It is thus that one becomes sinful. Listen now to me as I speak to thee of one that is righteous. Such a man, inasmuch as he seeks the good of others, succeeds in winning good for himself. By practicing duties that are fraught with other people's good, he attains at last to a highly agreeable end. He who, aided by his wisdom, succeeds beforehand in beholding the faults above adverted to, who is skilled in judging of what is happiness and what is sorrow and how each is brought about, and who waits with reverence upon those that are good, makes progress in achieving virtue, both in consequence of his habit and such companionship of the good. The mind of such a person takes delight in virtue, and he lives on, making virtue his support. If he sets his heart on the acquisition of wealth, he desires only such wealth as may be acquired in righteous ways. Indeed, he waters the roots of only those things in which he sees merit. In this way, doth one become righteous and acquires friends that are good. In consequence of his acquisition of friends, of wealth, and of children, he sports in happiness both here and hereafter. The mastery, in respect of enjoyment, that a living creature attains over sound, touch, taste, form, and scent, O Bharata, represents the fruit of virtue. 1296. Remember this. Having obtained the fruit of virtue, O Yudhishthira, such a man does not give himself up to joy. Without being contented with such visible fruits of virtue, he betakes himself to renunciation, led on by the eye of knowledge. When, having acquired the eye of knowledge, he ceases to take pleasure in the gratification of desire, in taste and in scent, when he does not allow his mind to run toward sound, touch and form, it is then that he succeeds in freeing himself from desire. 1297. He does not, however, even then cast off virtue or righteous acts. Beholding then all the worlds to be liable to destruction, he strives to cast off virtue, with its rewards in the form of heaven and its happiness, and endeavors to attain to emancipation by the well-known means. 1298. Gradually abandoning all sinful acts, he betakes himself to renunciation, and becoming righteous succeeds at last in attaining to emancipation. I have now told thee, O son, of that about which thou hadst tasked me, viz., the topics of sin, righteousness, renunciation, and emancipation, O Bharata. Thou shouldst, therefore, O Yudhishthira, adhere to virtue in all situations. Eternal is the success, O son of Kunti, of thee that adherest to righteousness. 1299. Section Glxxif. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast said, O grandsire, that emancipation is to be won by means and not otherwise. I desire to hear duly what those means are. Bhishma said, O thou of great wisdom, this inquiry that thou hast addressed to me and that is connected with a subtle topic, is really worthy of thee, since thou, O sinless one, always seekest to accomplish all thy objects by the application of means. That state of mind which is present when one sets oneself to make an earthen jar for one's use, disappears after the jar has been completed. After the same manner, that cause which urges persons who regard virtue as the root of advancement and prosperity ceases to operate with them that seek to achieve emancipation. 1300. That path which leads to the Eastern Ocean is not the path by which one can go to the Western Ocean. There is only one path that leads to emancipation. It is not identical with any of those that lead to any other object of acquisition. Listen to me as I discourse on it to thee in detail. One should, by practicing forgiveness, exterminate wrath, and by abandoning all purposes, root out desire. By practicing the quality of Sattva 1301, one should conquer sleep. By heedfulness one should keep off fear, and by contemplation of the soul one should conquer breath. 1302. Desire, aversion, and lust, one should dispel by patience, error, ignorance, and doubt, by study of truth. By pursuit after knowledge one should avoid insouciance and inquiry after things of no interest. 1303. By frugal and easily digestible fare one should drive off all disorders and diseases. By contentment one should dispel greed and stupefaction of judgment, and all worldly concerns should be avoided by a knowledge of the truth. 1304. By practicing benevolence one should conquer iniquity, and by regard for all creatures one should acquire virtue. One should avoid expectation by the reflection that it is concerned with the future, and one should cast off wealth by abandoning desire itself. The man of intelligence should abandon affection by recollecting that everything here is transitory. He should subdue hunger by practicing yoga. By practicing benevolence one should keep off all ideas of self-importance, and drive off all sorts of craving by adopting contentment. By exertion one should subdue procrastination, and by certainty all kinds of doubt. By taciturnity, loquaciousness, and by courage, every kind of fear. 1305. Speech and mind are to be subdued by the understanding, and the understanding, in its turn, is to be kept under control by the eye of knowledge. Knowledge, again, is to be controlled by acquaintance with the soul, and finally the soul is to be controlled by the soul. 1306. This last is attainable by those that are of pure acts and endued with tranquillity of soul. 1307. The means being the subjugation of those 5 impediments of yoga of which the learned speak. By casting off desire and wrath and covetousness and fear and sleep, one should, restraining speech, practice what is favorable to yoga, viz., contemplation, study, gift, truth, modesty, candor, forgiveness, purity of heart, purity in respect of food, and the subjugation of the senses. By these one's energy is increased, sins are dispelled, wishes crowned with fruition, and knowledge, of diverse kinds, gained. When one becomes cleansed of one's sins and possessed of energy and frugal of fare and the master of one's senses, one then, having conquered both desire and wrath, seeks to attain to Brahma. The avoidance of ignorance, by listening to and studying the scriptures, the absence of attachment, in consequence of renunciation, freedom from desire and wrath, by adoption of contentment and forgiveness, the puissance that is won by yoga, the absence of pride and haughtiness, freedom from anxiety, by subjugation of every kind of fear, absence of attachment of anything like home and family, these constitute the path of emancipation. That path is delightful, stainless, and pure. Similarly, the restraining of speech, of body, and of mind, when practiced from the absence of desire, constitutes also the path of emancipation. 1308. Section CCLXXV. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old narrative of the discourse that took place between Narada and Asita Devala. Once on a time Narada, beholding that foremost of intelligent men, viz., Devala of venerable years, seated at his ease, questioned him about the origin and the destruction of all creatures. Narada said, whence, O Brahmana, hath this universe, consisting of mobile and immobile objects, been created? When again doth the all-embracing destruction come, into whom doth it merge? Let thy learned self discourse to me on this. Asita said, those from which the Supreme Soul, when the time comes, moved by the desire of existence in manifold forms, creates all creatures, are said by persons conversant with objects to be the 5 great essences. 1309. After this, time, impelled by the understanding, creates other objects from those 5 primal essences. 1310. He that says that there is anything else besides these, that is, the 5 primal essences, Kala, and the understanding, says what is not true. Know, O Narada, that these 5 are eternal, indestructible, and without beginning and without end. With Kala as their 6th, these 5 primal essences are naturally possessed of mighty energy. Water, space, earth, wind, and heat, these are those 5 essences. Without doubt, there is nothing higher or superior to these, in point of puissance or energy. The existence of nothing else than 5 can be affirmed by anyone agreeably to the conclusions derivable from the Surutis or arguments drawn from reason. If anyone does assert the existence of anything else, then his assertion would verily be idle or vain. Know that these six enter into the production of all effects. That of which are all these, which thou perceivest, is called Isat. 1311, these five, and Kala, or Jiva, the potencies of past acts, and ignorance, these eight eternal essences are the causes of the birth and destruction of all creatures. 1312, when creatures are destroyed, it is into these that they enter, and when they take birth, it is again from them they do so. Indeed, after destruction, a creature resolves itself into those five primal essences. His body is made of earth, his ear has its origin in space, his eye hath light for its cause, his life, motion, is of wind, and his blood is of water, without doubt. The two eyes, the nose, the two ears, the skin, and the tongue, constituting the fifth, are the senses. These, the learned know, exist for perception of their respective objects. 1313, vision, hearing, smelling, touching, and tasting are the functions of the senses. The five senses are concerned with five objects in five ways. Know, by the inference of reason, their similitude of attributes. 1314, form, scent, taste, touch, and sound are the five properties that are, respectively, apprehended by the five senses in five different ways. These five properties, viz., form, scent, taste, touch, and sound, are not really apprehended by the senses, for these are inert, but it is the soul that apprehends them through the senses. That which is called chitta is superior to the multitude of senses. Superior to chitta is manas. Superior to manas is buddhi, and superior to buddhi is kshrajna. 1315. At first a living creature perceives different objects through the senses. With manas he reflects over them, and then with the aid of buddhi he arrives at certitude of knowledge. Possessed of buddhi, one arrives at certainty of conclusions in respect of objects perceived through the senses. The five senses, chitta, mind, and understanding, which is the eighth in the tail, these are regarded as organs of knowledge by those conversant with the science of Adhyatma. The hands, the feet, the anal duct, the membrane virile, the mouth, forming the fifth in the tail, constitute the five organs of action. The mouth is spoken of as an organ of action because it contains the apparatus of speech, and that of eating. The feet are organs of locomotion and the hands for doing various kinds of work. The anal duct and the membrane virile are two organs that exist for a similar purpose, viz., for evacuation. The first is for evacuation of stools, the second for that of urine, as also of the vital seed when one feels the influence of desire. Besides these, there is a sixth organ of action. It is called muscular power. These then are the names of the six organs of action according to their approved treatises bearing on the subject. I have now mentioned to thee the names of all the organs of knowledge and of action, and all the attributes of the five primal essences. 1316, when in consequence of the organs being fatigued, they cease to perform their respective functions, the owner of those organs, because of their suspension, is said to sleep. If, when the functions of these organs are suspended, the functions of the mind do not cease, but on the other hand the mind continues to concern itself with its objects, the condition of the consciousness is called dream. During wakefulness there are three states of the mind, viz., that connected with goodness, that with passion, and that with darkness. In dream also the mind becomes concerned with the same three states. Those very states, when they appear in dreams, connected with pleasurable actions, come to be regarded with applause. happiness. Success, knowledge, and absence of attachment are the indications of the wakeful man in whom is present the attribute of goodness. Whatever states of goodness, passion, or darkness are experienced by living creatures as exhibited in acts during their hours of wakefulness, reappear in memory during their hours of sleep when they dream. The passage of our notions as they exist during wakefulness into those of dreams, and that of notions as they exist in dreams into those of wakefulness, become directly apprehensible in that state of consciousness which is called dreamless slumber. That is eternal, and that is desirable. 1317. There are 5 organs of knowledge, and 5 of actions, with muscular power, mind, understanding, and chitta, and with also the 3 attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas. The tail, it has been said, comes up to 17. The 18th in the enumeration is he who owneth the body. Indeed, he who lives in this body is eternal. All those 17, with avidya or ignorance making 18, dwelling in the body, exist attached to him who owns the body. When the owner disappears from the body, those 18, counting avidya, cease to dwell together in the body. Or, this body made up of the 5 primal essences is only a combination that must dissolve away. The 18 attributes, including avidya, with him that owneth the body, and counting stomachic heat numbering 20th in the tail, form that which is known as the combination of the 5. There is a being called Mahat, which, with the aid of the wind, called Prana, upholds this combination containing the 20 things that have been named, and in the matter of the destruction of that body the wind, which is generally spoken of as the cause, is only the instrument in the hands of that same Mahat. Whatever creature is born is resolved once more into the 5 constituent elements upon the exhaustion of his merits and demerits, and urged again by the merits and demerits one in that life enters into another body resulting from his acts. 1318. His abodes always resulting from avidya, desire, and acts. He migrates from body to body, abandoning one after another repeatedly, urged on by time, like a person abandoning house after house in succession. They that are wise, and endued with certainty of knowledge, do not give way to grief upon beholding this migration. Only they that are foolish, erroneously supposing relationships, where relationship in reality there is none, indulge in grief at sight of such changes of abode. This jiva is no one's relation. There is none again that may be said to belong to him. He is always alone, and he himself creates his own body and his own happiness and misery. This jiva is never born, nor doth he ever die. Freed from the bond of body, he succeeds sometimes in attaining to the highest end. Deprived of body, because freed through the exhaustion of acts from bodies that are the results of merits and demerits, jiva at last attains to Brahma. For the exhaustion of both merits and demerits, knowledge has been ordained as the cause in this Ankhya school. Upon the exhaustion of merit and demerit, when jiva attains to the status of Brahma, 1319, they that are learned in the scriptures, behold, with the eye of the scriptures, the attainment of jiva to the highest end. Section v. Yudhishthira said, cruel and sinful that we are, alas, we have slain brothers and sires and grandsons and kinsmen and friends and sons. How, O grandsire, shall we dispel this thirst for wealth? Alas, through that thirst we have perpetrated many sinful deeds. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old narrative of what was said by the ruler of the Vedas unto the inquiring man Devya. The ruler of the Vedas said, I have nothing in this world, yet I live in great happiness. If the whole of Mithila, which is said to be my kingdom, burn in a conflagration, nothing of mine will be burned down. Tangible possessions, however valuable, are a source of sorrow to men of knowledge, while possessions of even little value fascinate the foolish. 1320. Whatever happiness exists here, derivable from the gratification of desire, and whatever heavenly happiness exists of high value, do not come up to even a 16th part of the felicity that attends the total disappearance of desire. As the horns of a cow grow with the growth of the cow itself, after the same manner the wealth increases with increasing acquisitions of wealth. Whatever the object for which one feels an attachment, that object becomes a source of pain when it is lost. One should not cherish desire. Attachment to desire leads to sorrow. When wealth had been acquired, one should apply it to purposes of virtue. One should even then give up desire. 1321. The man of knowledge always looks upon other creatures even as he looks upon himself. Having cleansed his soul and attained to success, he casts off everything here. 1322. By casting off both truth and falsehood, grief and joy, the agreeable and disagreeable, fearlessness and fear, one attains to tranquility, and becomes free from every anxiety. That thirst for earthly things, which is difficult of being cast off by men of foolish understanding, which wanes not with the wane of the body, and which is regarded as a fatal disease by men of knowledge, one who succeeds in casting off is sure to find felicity. The man of virtuous soul, by beholding his own behavior that has become bright as the moon and free from evil of every kind, succeeds in happily attaining to great fame both here and hereafter. Hearing these words of the king, the Brahmana became filled with joy, and applauding what he heard, Mandavya betook himself to the path of emancipation. Section vi. Yudhishthira said, time, that is fraught with terror unto all creatures, is running his course. What is that source of good after which one should strive? Tell me this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old narrative of a discourse between a sire and a son. Listen to it, O Yudhishthira. Once on a time, O son of Pritha, a regenerate person devoted only to the study of the Vedas had a very intelligent son who was known by the name of Madhavan. Himself conversant with the religion of emancipation, the son one day asked his father, who was not conversant with that religion and who was engaged in following the precepts of the Vedas, this question. The son said, what should a man of intelligence do, O sire, knowing that the period of existence allotted to men runs fast away? Tell me this truly and in proper order, O father, so that, guided by thy instructions, I may set myself to the acquisition of virtue. The sire said, having studied the Vedas all the while observing the duties of Brahmacharya, O son, one should then desire for offspring for the sake of rescuing one's sires. Having established one's fire then and performing the sacrifices that are ordained, one should then retire into the woods and, having lived as a forest recluse, one should then become a muni, by casting off everything and calmly waiting for dissolution. The son said, when the world is thus assailed and thus besieged on all sides, and when such irresistible bolts are falling in every direction, how can you speak so calmly? The sire said, how is the world assailed? By what is it besieged? What are those irresistible bolts that are falling on every side? Dost thou frighten me with thy words? The son said, the world is assailed by death. It is besieged by decrepitude. Days and nights are continually falling, like bolts. Why do you not take heed of these? When I know that death does not wait here for any one, but snatches all away suddenly and without notice, how can I possibly wait for his coming, thus enveloped in a coat of ignorance and, heedlessly, attending to my concerns? When as each night passes away the period of everyone's life wears away with it, when, indeed, One's position is similar to that of a fish in a piece of shallow water, who can feel happy. Death encounters one in the very midst of one's concerns, before the attainment of one's objects, finding one as unmindful as a person while engaged in plucking flowers. 1323. That which is kept for being done tomorrow should be done today, and that which one thinks of doing in the afternoon should be done in the forenoon. Death does not wait, mindful of one's having done or not done one's acts. Do today what is for thy good, without keeping it for tomorrow. See that death, who is irresistible, may not overcome thee, before you accomplish thy acts. Who knows that death will not come to one this very day? Before one's acts are completed, death drags one away. One should, therefore, commence to practice virtue while one is still young, without waiting for one's old age, for life is uncertain. By acquiring virtue one is sure to eternal happiness both here and hereafter. Overpowered by folly one girds up one's loins for acting on behalf of one's sons and wives. By accomplishing acts foul or fair, one gratifies these relatives. Him possessed of sons and animals, and with mind devotedly attached to them, death seizes and runs away like a tiger bearing away a sleeping deer. 1324. While one is still engaged in winning diverse objects of desire, and while still unsatiated with one's enjoyment, death seizes one and runs away like a she-wolf seizing a sheep and running away with it. This has been done, this remains to be done, this other is half done, one may say thus to oneself, but death, unmindful of one's desire to finish one's unfinished acts, seizes and drags one away. One that has not yet obtained the fruit of what one has already done, amongst those attached to action, one busied with one's field or shop or house, death seizes and carries away. The weak, the strong, the wise, the brave, the idiotic, the learned, or him that has not yet obtained the gratification of any of his desires, death seizes and bears away. Death, decrepitude, disease, sorrow, and many things of a similar kind, are incapable of being avoided by mortals. How, then, O Father, canst thou sit so at thy ease? As soon as a creature is born, decrepitude and death come and possess him for his destruction. All these forms of existence, mobile and immobile, are possessed by these two, viz., decrepitude and death. When the soldiers that compose death's army are on their march, nothing can resist them, except that one thing, viz., the power of truth, for in truth alone immortality dwells. The delight that one feels of residing in the midst of men is the abode of death. The Shruti declares that that which is called the forest is the true fold for the devas, while the delight one feels in dwelling in the midst of men is, as it were, the cord for binding the dweller, and making him helpless. 1325. The righteous cut it and escape. The sinful do not succeed in cutting it, and freeing themselves. He who does not injure other creatures in thought, word and deed, and who never injures others by taking away their means of sustenance, is never injured by any creature. 1326. For these reasons, one should practice the vow of truth, be steadily devoted to the vow of truth, and should desire nothing but the truth. Restraining all one's senses and looking upon all creatures with an equal eye, one should vanquish death with the aid of truth. Both immortality and death are planted in the body. Death is encountered from folly, and immortality is won by truth. Transcending desire and wrath, and abstaining from injury, I shall adopt truth, and happily achieving what is for my good, avoid death like an immortal. Engaged in the sacrifice that is constituted by peace, and employed also in the sacrifice of Brahma, and restraining my senses, the sacrifices I shall perform are those of speech, mind, and acts, when the sun enters his northerly course. 1327. How can one like me perform an animal sacrifice which is fraught with cruelty? How can one like me, that is possessed of wisdom, perform like a cruel Pisacha, a sacrifice of slaughter after the manner of what is laid down from the Kshatriyas, a sacrifice that is, besides, endued with rewards that are terminable? In myself have I been begotten by my own self. O Father, without seeking to procreate offspring, I shall rest myself on my own self. I shall perform the sacrifice of self. I need no offspring to rescue me. 1328. He whose words and thoughts are always well restrained, he who has penances and renunciation, and yoga, is sure to attain to everything through these. There is no I equal to knowledge. There is no reward equal to knowledge. There is no sorrow equal to attachment. There is no happiness equal to renunciation. For a Brahmana there can be no wealth like residence in solitude, an equal regard for all creatures, truthfulness of speech, steady observance of good conduct, the total abandonment of the rod of chastisement, simplicity, and the gradual abstention from all acts. 1329. What need hast thou with wealth, and what need with relatives and friends, and what with spouses? Thou art a Brahmana, and thou hast death to encounter. Search thy own self that is concealed in a cave. Whither have thy grandsires gone, and whither thy sire too? 1330. Bhishma said, hearing these words of his son, the sire acted in the way that was pointed out, O king. Do thou also act in the same way, devoted to the religion of truth. Section VI. Yudhishthira said, of what behavior must a man be, of what acts, of what kind of knowledge, and to what must he be devoted, for attaining to Brahma's place which transcends Prakriti and which is unchangeable? Bhishma said, one that is devoted to the religion of emancipation, frugal in fare, and the master of one's senses, attains to that high place which transcends Prakriti and is unchangeable. 1331. Retiring from one's home, regarding gain and loss in the same light, restraining the senses, and disregarding all objects of desire even when they are ready for enjoyment, one should adopt a life of renunciation. 1332. Neither with eye, nor with word, nor in thought, should one disparage another. Nor should one speak evil of any person either in or out of his hearing. One should abstain from injuring any creature, and conduct oneself observing the course of the Sunday. 1333. Having come into this life, one should not behave with unfriendliness towards any creature. One should disregard opprobrious speeches, and never in arrogance esteem oneself as superior to another. When sought to be angered by another, one should still utter agreeable speeches. Even when calumniated, one should not calumniate in return. One should not behave in a friendly or an unfriendly way in the midst of human beings. One should not go about visiting many houses in one's round of mendicancy. Nor should one go to any house having received a previous invitation to dinner. 1334. Even when bespattered with filth by others, one should, resting firmly in the observance of one's duties, refrain from addressing such bespatterers in disagreeable speeches. One should be compassionate. One should abstain from returning an injury. One should be fearless. One should refrain from self-laudation. The man of restrained senses should seek his dole of charity in a householder's abode when the smoke has ceased to rise from it, when the sound of the husking rod is hushed, when the hearth fire is extinguished, when all the inmates have finished their meals, or when the hour is over for setting the dishes. 1335. He should content himself with only as much as is barely necessary for keeping body and soul together. Even that much of food which produces gratification should not be coveted by him. When he fails to obtain what he wants, he should not suffer himself to cherish discontent. Success, again, in obtaining what he wants, should not make him glad. 1336. He should never wish for such things as are coveted by ordinary men. He should never eat at anybody's house when respectfully invited thereto. One like him should reprobate such gains as are obtained with honor. 1337. He should never find fault, on account of staleness, etc., with the food placed before him, nor should he applaud its merits. He should covet a bed and a seat that are removed from the haunts of men. The places he should seek are such as a deserted house, the foot of a tree, a forest, or a cave, without allowing his practices to be known by others, or concealing their real nature by appearing to adopt others that are hateful or repulsive. He should enter his own self. 1338. By association with yoga and dissociation from company, he should be perfectly equable, steadily fixed, and uniform. He should not earn either merit or demerit by means of acts. 1339. He should be always gratified, well contented, of cheerful face and cheerful senses, fearless, always engaged in mental recitation of sacred mantras, silent, and wedded to a life of renunciation, beholding the repeated formation and dissolution of his own body with the senses that result from and resolve into the elemental essences, and seeing also the advent and departure of other creatures. He should become free from desire and learn to cast equal eyes upon all, subsisting upon both cooked and uncooked food. Frugal in respect of his fare, and subjugating his senses, he achieves tranquility of self by self. 1340. One should control their rising impulses of words, of the mind, of wrath, of envy, of hunger, and of lust. Devoted to penances for cleansing his heart, he should never allow the censures of others to afflict his heart. One should live, having assumed a status of neutrality with respect to all creatures, and regard praise and blame as equal. This, indeed, is the holiest and the highest path of the sannyasa mode of life. Possessed of high soul, the sannyasi should restrain his senses from all things and keep himself aloof from all attachments. He should never repair to the places visited by him and the men known to him while leading the prior modes of life. Agreeable to all creatures, and without a fixed home, he should be devoted to the contemplation of self. He should never mingle with householders and forest recluses. He should eat such food as he may obtain without effort, and without having thought of it beforehand. 1341. He should never suffer joy to possess his heart. To those that are wise, such a life of renunciation is the means for the attainment of emancipation. To those, however, that are fools, the practice of these duties is exceedingly burthensome. The sage Harita declared all this to be the path by which emancipation is to be achieved. He who sets forth from his home, having assured all creatures of his perfect harmlessness, attains to many bright regions of felicity which prove unending or eternal. Section 6. Yiddish theory said, all men speak of ourselves as highly fortunate. In truth, however, there is no person more wretched than ourselves. Though honoured by all the world, O best of the Kuras, and though we have been born among men, O grandsire, having been begotten by the very gods, yet when so much sorrow has been our lot, it seems, O reverend chief, that birth alone in an embodied form is the cause of all sorrow. Alas, when shall we adopt a life of renunciation that is destructive of sorrow? 1342. Sages of rigid vows, freed from the 7 and 10, that is, the 5 breaths, mind, understanding, and the 10 organs of knowledge and action, from the 5 faults of yoga, viz., desire, wrath, covetousness, fear, and sleep, that constitute the chief causes for binding man to repeated rounds of earthly life, and from the other 8, viz., the 5 objects of the senses and the 3 attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas, have never to incur rebirth. When, O scorcher of foes, shall we succeed in abandoning sovereignty for adopting a life of renunciation? Bhishma said, everything, O great monarch, hath an end. Everything hath bounds assigned to it. Even a rebirth, it is well known, hath an end. In this world there is nothing that is immutable. Thou thinkest, O king, that this, viz., the affluence with which thou art invested, is a fault? That it is not so is not true. In regard to our present topic of disquisition, ye, however, were conversant with virtue, and have readiness. It is certain, therefore, that ye shall attain to the end of your sorrow, viz., emancipation, in time. 1343. Jiva equipped with body, O king, is not the author of his merits and demerits, or their fruits as represented by happiness and misery. On the other hand, he becomes enveloped by the darkness of ignorance, having attachment and aversion for its essence, that is born of his merits and demerits. 1344. As the wind impregnated with dust of antimony once again seizes the efflorescence of Ralgarand, though itself destitute of colour, assumes the hues of the substances which it has seized, and tinges the different points of the compass, which represent its own hueless progenitor, viz., space. After the same manner, Jiva, though himself colourless, assumes a hue in consequence of being enveloped by darkness and variegated by the fruits of action, and travels from body to body, making his own stainless and immutable progenitor appear as stained and changeful. 1345. When Jiva succeeds in dispelling by means of knowledge the darkness that invests him in consequence of ignorance, then immutable Brahma becomes displayed in all his glory. The sages say that a reversion to immutable Brahma is incapable of being achieved by acts. Thyself, others in the world, and the deities too, should reverence them that have achieved emancipation. All the great rishis never desist from culture of Brahma. 1346. In this connection is cited that discourse which was sung by the preceptor of the deities in days of old. Listen, O monarch, with undivided attention to the course of conduct that was followed by the Daitya Vritra after he became divested of all his prosperity. Depending only upon his intelligence, he did not indulge in sorrow in the midst of his enemies, although he was deprived of sovereignty, O Bharata. And to Vritra, when in days of old he was reft of sovereignty, his preceptor, Usanas, said, I hope, O Daniva, that in consequence of thy defeat thou dost not cherish any grief. Vritra said, without doubt, having understood, by the aid of truth and penances, the advent and departure of all living creatures, I have ceased to indulge in either grief or joy. Urged by time, creatures sink helplessly in hell. Some again, the sages say, go to heaven. All these pass their time in contentment, passing their allotted periods in heaven and hell, and with some portion of their merits and demerits exhausted by enjoyment and suffering, they repeatedly take birth, impelled by time. Chained by the bonds of desire, creatures pass through myriads of intermediate lives and fall helplessly into hell. 1347. I have seen that creatures come and go even thus. The lesson inculcated in the scriptures is that one's acquisitions correspond with one's acts. 1348. Creatures take birth as men or as intermediate animals or as gods and go to hell. Having acted in lives that are passed in such a way as to deserve them, all creatures, subject to the ordinances of the destroyer, meet with happiness and misery, the agreeable and the disagreeable. Having enjoyed the measure of weal or woe that corresponds with their acts, creatures always come back by the old path, 1349, which is measured by the measure of acts. Then the illustrious Usanas addressed the Azure of Ritra, who was thus talking of the highest refuge of the creation, saying, O intelligent Daitya, why, O child, dost thou utter such foolish rhapsodies? Vritra said, the severe penances which I underwent from greed of victory are well known to thee as also to other sages. Appropriating diverse scents and diverse kinds of tastes that other creatures had for enjoying, I swelled up with my own energy, afflicting the three worlds. Decked with myriads of effulgent rays I used to rove through the skies, on my celestial car, incapable of being defeated by any creature and fearing none. I achieved great prosperity through my penances and lost it again through my own acts. Relying on my fortitude, however, I do not grieve for this change. Desirous, in days of yore, of fighting the great Indra, the high-souled ruler of the heavens, I beheld in that battle the illustrious Hari, the puissant Narayana, 1350, he who is called Vaikuntha, Purusha, Ananta, Sakla, Vishnu, Sanatana, Manjagisa, Harismasru, and the grandsire of all creatures. 1351, without doubt, there is still a remnant to be enjoyed by me, of the rewards attaching to that penance represented by a sight of the great Hari. It is in consequence of that unexhausted remnant that I have become desirous of asking thee, O illustrious one, about the fruits of action. 1352, upon which order of men hath been established high Brahma prosperity. In what manner, again, doth high prosperity fall off? From whom do creatures spring and live? Through whom again do they act? What is that high fruit by attaining to which a creature succeeds in living eternally as Brahma? By what act or by what knowledge can that fruit be achieved? It behoveth thee, O learned Brahmana, to expound these to me. Recapitulated by me, O lion among kings, listen with undivided attention, O bull of men, with all thy brothers, to what the sage Usanas then said after he had been thus addressed by that prince of Danavas. Section CCLXXX. Usanas said, I bow to that divine and illustrious and puissant being who holds this earth with the firmament in his arms. I shall speak to thee of the preeminent greatness of that Vishnu whose head, O best of the Danavas, is that infinite place called emancipation. While they were thus conversing with each other, there came unto them the great sage Sanat Kumara of righteous soul for the purpose of dispelling their doubts. Worshipped by the prince of Asuras and by the sage Usanas, that foremost of sages sat down on a costly seat. After Kumara of great wisdom had been seated at his ease, Usanas said unto him, Discourse to this chief of the Danavas on the preeminent greatness of Vishnu. Hearing these words, Sanat Kumara uttered the following, fraught with grave import, upon the preeminent greatness of Vishnu unto the intelligent chief of the Danavas. Listen, O Daitya, to everything about the greatness of Vishnu. Know, O scorcher of foes, that the entire universe rests on Vishnu. O thou with mighty arms, it is he who creates all creatures mobile and immobile. In course of time it is he, again, who withdraws all things, and in time it is he who once more casts them forth from himself. Into Hari all things merge at the universal destruction, and from him all things again come forth. Men possessed of scriptural law cannot obtain him by such law. Nor can he be obtained by penances, nor by sacrifices. The only means by which he can be attained is by restraining the senses. Not that sacrifices are entirely useless towards such an end. For one by relying upon both external and internal acts, and upon one's own mind, can purify them by one's own understanding. By such means, one succeeds in enjoying infinity in the world. 1353. As a goldsmith purifies the dross of his metal by repeatedly casting it into the fire with very persistent efforts of his own, after the same manner Jiva succeeds in cleaning himself by his course through hundreds of births. One may be seen to purify himself in only one life by mighty efforts. As one should with care wipe stains from off one's person before they become thick, after the same manner one should, with vigorous efforts, wash off one's faults. 1354. By mixing only a few flowers with them, grains of sesame cannot be made to cast off their own odour, and become at once fragrant. After the same manner, one cannot, by cleansing one's heart only a little, succeed in beholding the soul. When, however, those grains are perfumed repeatedly with the aid of a large quantity of flowers, it is then that they cast off their own odour and assume that of the flowers with which they are mixed. After this manner, faults, in the form of attachments to all our environments, are dispelled by the understanding in course of many lives, with the aid of a large dose of the attribute of the sattva, and by means of efforts born of practice. 1355. Listen, O Daniva, by what means creatures attached to acts and those unattached to them attain the causes that lead to their respective states of mind. 1356. Listen to me with undivided attention. I shall, in their due order, discourse to thee, O puissant Daniva, as to how creatures betake themselves to action and how they give up action. 1357. The Supreme Lord creates all creatures mobile and immobile. He is without beginning and without end. Unendued with attributes of any kind, he assumes attributes when he chooses to create. He is the universal destroyer, the refuge of all things, the supreme ordainer and pure chit. 1358. In all creatures it is he who dwells as the mutable and the immutable. It is he who, having 11 modifications for his essence, drinketh this universe with his rays. 1359. Know that the earth is his feet. His head is constituted by heaven. His arms, O Daitya, are the several points of the compass or the horizon. The intermediate space is his ears. The light of his eye is the sun, and his mind is in the moon. His understanding dwells always in knowledge, and his tongue is in water. 1360. O best of Danavas, the planets are in the midst of his brows. The stars and constellations are from the light of his eyes. The earth is in his feet, O Daniva. Know also that the attributes of Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva are of him. He is the fruit, or end, of all the modes of life, and he it is who should be known as the fruit, or reward, of all pious acts, such as japa and sacrifice, etc. 1361. The highest and immutable, he is also the fruit of abstention from all work. The chandas are the hair on his body, and akshara, or praniva, is his word. The diverse orders of men and the modes of life are his refuge. His mouths are many. Duty, or religion, is planted in his heart. He is Brahma, he is the highest righteousness, he is Sat and he is Asat. 1362. He is Shruti, he is the scriptures, he is the sacrificial vessel, he is the 6 and 10 Ritwajas, he is all the sacrifices, he is the grandsire, Brahman, he is Vishnu, he is the twin Aswins, and he is Purandara. 1363. He is Maitra, he is Varuna, he is Yama, he is Kuvara, the Lord of treasures. Although the Ritwiges seem to behold him as separate, he is, however, known to them as one and the same. Know that this entire universe is under the control of one divine being. 1364. The Veda that is in the soul, O Prince of Deities, regards the unity of various creatures. When a living creature realizes this unity in consequence of true knowledge, he is then said to attain to Brahma. The period of time for which one creation exists or for which it ceases to exist is called a kalpa. Living creatures exist for 1,000 millions of such kalpas. Immobile creatures also exist for an equal period. The period for which a particular creation exists is measured by many thousands of lakes, in the following way, O Daitya. Conceive a lake that is 1 yojana in width, 1 groza in depth, and 500 yojanas in length. Imagine many thousands of such lakes. Seek then to dry up those lakes by taking from them, only once a day, as much water as may be taken up with the end of a single hair. The number of days would pass in drying them up completely by this process represents the period that is occupied by the life of one creation from its first start to the time of its destruction. 1365. The highest evidence for all things says that creatures have 6 colors, viz., dark, tawny, blue, red, yellow, and white. These colors proceed from mixtures in various proportions of the 3 attributes of rajas, tamas, and sattva. Where tamas predominates, sattva falls below the mark, and rajas keeps to the mark. The result is the color called dark. When tamas predominates as before, but the relations between sattva and rajas are reversed, the result is the color called tawny. When rajas predominates, sattva falls below the mark, and tamas keeps to the mark. The result is the color called blue. When rajas predominates as before and the proportion is reversed between sattva and tamas, the result is the intermediate color called red. That color is more agreeable than the preceding one. When sattva predominates, rajas falls below the mark and tamas keeps to the mark. The result is the color called yellow. It is predictive of happiness. When sattva predominates and the proportion is reversed between rajas and tamas, the result is the color called white. It is predictive of great happiness. 1366. The white is the foremost color. It is sinless in consequence of its being free from attachment and aversion. It is without grief and free from the toil involved in poverty. Hence, white, O Prince of Danavas, leads to success or emancipation. Jiva, O Daitya, having undergone thousands of births derived through the womb, attains to success. 1367. That success is the identical end which the divine Indra declared after having studied many auspicious spiritual treatises and which has for its essence the apprehension of the soul. The end again that creatures obtain is dependent on their color, and color, in its turn, depends upon the character of the time that sets in. O Daitya. 1368. The stages of existence, O Daitya, through which Jiva must pass are not unlimited. They are 1400s of thousands in number. In consequence of them Jiva ascends, stays, and falls down as the case may be. 1369. The end that is attained by a Jiva of dark hue is very low, for he becomes addicted to acts that lead to hell and then has to rot in hell. 1370. The learned say that in consequence of his wickedness, the continuance, in such form, of the Jiva is measured by many thousands of kalpas. 1371. Having passed many hundred thousands of years in that condition, Jiva then attains to the color called tawny, and becomes born as an intermediate creature. In that condition he dwells, for many long years, in perfect helplessness. At last, when his sins are exhausted, in consequence of his having endured all the misery they are capable of bringing, his mind, casting off all attachments, cherishes renunciation. 1372. When Jiva becomes endued with the quality of sattva, he then dispels everything connected with tamas by the aid of his intelligence, and exerts for achieving what is for his good. As the result of this, Jiva attains to the color called red. If the quality of sattva, however, be not gained, Jiva then travels in a round of rebirths in the world of men, having attained to the color called blue. 1373. Having attained to that end, viz., humanity, and having been afflicted for the duration of one creation by the bonds born of his own acts, Jiva then attains to the color called yellow, or becomes a deity. Existing in that condition for the space of 100 creations, he then leaves it, for becoming a human being, to return to it once more. 1374. Having attained to the yellow color, Jiva exists for thousands of kalpas, sporting as a diva. Without, however, being emancipated, even then, he has to stay in hell, enjoying or enduring the fruits of his acts of past kalpas and wandering through 9 and 10,000 courses. 1375. Know that Jiva becomes freed from the hell of acts, as represented by heaven or godship. After the same manner, Jiva gets off from the other births, corresponding with the other colors. Jiva sports for many long kalpas in the world of devas. Falling thence, he once more obtains the status of humanity. He then stays in that condition for the space of 108 kalpas. He then attains once more to the status of a diva. If while in the status of humanity, for the second time, he falleth through evil acts as represented by Kala, in the form of Kali, he then sinks into the dark color and thus occupies the very lowest of all stages of existence. I shall tell thee now, O foremost of Asuras, how Jiva succeeds in effecting his emancipation. Desirous of emancipation, Jiva, relying upon 700 kinds of acts, every one of which is characterized by a predominance of the attribute of sattva, gradually courses through red and yellow and at last attains to white. Arrived here, Jiva travels through several regions that are most adorable and that have the 8 well-known regions of felicity beneath them, and all the while pursues that stainless and effulgent form of existence which is emancipation's self. 1376. Know that the 8, already referred to and which are identical with the 60, subdivided into hundreds, are, and those that are highly effulgent, only creations of the mind, without having any real or independent existence. The highest object of acquisition with one that is white of hue, is that condition, called Duraya, which transcends the 3 other states of consciousness, viz., wakefulness and dreamless slumber. 1377. As regards that yogin who is unable to abandon the felicities that yoga puissance brings about, he has to dwell, in one and the same body, for 1 century of kalpas in auspiciousness and after that in 4 other regions, called Maha, Jhana, Tapas, and Satya. Even that is the highest end of one belonging to the 6th color, and who is unsuccessful though crowned with success, and who has transcended all attachments and passions. 1378. That yogin, again, who falls off from yoga practices after having attained the measure of eminence described already resides in heaven for a century of kalpas with the unexhausted remnant of his past acts, to be exhausted by enjoyment or endurance as the case may be, and with the 7, viz., the 5 senses of knowledge and mind and understanding, purged of all stains in consequence of their predisposition or proneness towards the attribute of sattva. At the expiry of that period, such a person has to come to the world of men where he attains to great eminence. 1379. Turning back from the world of men, he departs for attaining to new forms of existence that run larger and higher in the upward scale. While engaged in this, he courseth through 7 regions for 7 times, his puissance being always increased in consequence of his samadhi and the reawakening from it. 1380. The yogin who is desirous of final emancipation suppresses by yoga knowledge the 7, and continues to dwell in the world of life, freed from attachments, and taking those 7 for certain means of grief, he casts them off and attains afterwards to that state which is indestructible and infinite. Some say that that is the region of Mahadeva, some of Vishnu, some of Brahman, some of Seshur, some of Nara, some of the effulgent Chit, and some of the all-pervading. 1381. When universal destruction comes, those persons who have succeeded in completely consuming by knowledge their gross and subtle and krona bodies, always enter into Brahma. All their senses also which have action for their essence and which are not identical with Brahma, merge into the same. When the time of universal destruction comes, those jivas who have attained to the position of devas and who have an unexhausted remnant of the fruits of acts to enjoy or endure, revert to those stages of life in the subsequent kalpa which had been theirs in the previous one. This is due to the similarity of every successive kalpa to every previous one. Those again whose acts, at the time of universal destruction, have been exhausted by enjoyment or endurance in respect of their fruits, falling down from heaven, take birth among men, in the subsequent kalpa, for without knowledge one cannot destroy one's acts in even 100 kalpas. All superior beings again, endued with similar powers and similar forms, revert to their respective destinies at a new creation after a universal destruction, ascending and descending precisely in the same manner as during the creation that is dissolved. 1382. As regards, again, the person who is conversant with Brahma, as long as he continues to enjoy and endure an exhausted remnant of his acts of previous kalpas, it is said that all creatures and the 2 stainless sciences live in his body. When his chitta becomes cleansed by yoga, and when he practices samyama, this perceptible universe appears to him as only his own 5-fold senses. 1383. Inquiring with a cleansed mind, Jiva attains to a high and stainless end. Thence he attains to a spot which knows no deterioration, and thence attains to eternal Brahma that is so difficult of acquisition. 1384. Thus, O thou of great might, I have discoursed to thee of the eminence of Narayana. Vritra said, these words of thine, I see perfectly according with the truth. Indeed, when this is so, I have no cause of grief. Having listened to thy words, O thou with great powers of mind, I have become freed from sorrow and sin of every kind. O illustrious Rishi, O Holy One, I see this wheel of time, endued with mighty energy, of the most effulgent and infinite Vishnu, has been set in motion. Eternal is that station from which all kinds of creation spring. That Vishnu is the Supreme Soul. He is the foremost of beings. In him this entire universe rests. Bhishma continued, having said these words, O son of Kunti, Vritra cast off his life breaths, uniting his soul in yoga with the Supreme Soul, and attained to the highest station. Yudhishthira said, tell me, O grandsire, whether this Janardana, Krishna, is that illustrious and puissant Lord of whom Sanat Kumara spoke unto Vritra in days of old. Bhishma said, the highest deity, endued with the 6 attributes of puissance, etc., is at the root. Staying there, The Supreme Soul, with his own energy, creates all these diverse existent things. 1385. Know that this Kusava who knows no deterioration is from his 8th portion. Endues with the highest intelligence, it is this Kusava who creates the 3 worlds with an 8th portion of his energy. Coming immediately after him who lies at the root, this Kusava who is eternal, compared with all other existent things, changes at the end of each kalpa. He, however, who lies at the root and who is endued with supreme might and puissance, lies in the waters when universal destruction comes, in the form of the potential seed of all things. Kusava is that creator of pure soul who courseth through all the eternal worlds. 1386. Infinite and eternal as he is, he fills all space with emanations from himself, and courseth through the universe, in the form of everything that constitutes the universe. Freed as he is from limitations of every kind such as the possession of attributes would imply, he suffers himself to be invested with avidya and awakened to consciousness. Kusava of Supreme Soul creates all things. In him rests this wondrous universe in its entirety. Yudhishthira said, O thou that art conversant with the highest object of knowledge, I think that Vritra saw beforehand the excellent end that awaited him. It is for this, O grandsire, that he was happy and did not yield to grief, in a view of his coming death. He who is white of hue, who has taken birth in a pure or stainless race, and who has attained to the rank of a Sadhya, doth not, O sinless one, come back into the world for rebirth. Such a person, O grandsire, is freed from both hell and the status of all intermediate creatures. He, however, who has attained to either the yellow or the red hue, is seen sometimes to be overwhelmed by tamas and fall among the order of intermediate creatures. As regards ourselves, we are exceedingly afflicted and attached to objects that are productive of sorrow or indifference or joy. Alas, what will the end be to which we shall attain? Will it be the blue or the dark which is the lowest of all hues? Bhishma continued, Ye are Pandavas. Ye have been born in a stainless race. Ye are of rigid vows. Having sported in joy in the regions of the gods, ye shall come back to the world of men. Living happily as long as the creation lasts, all of you at the next new creation will be admitted among the gods, and enjoying all kinds of the felicities ye will at last be numbered among the siddhas. Let no fear be yours. Be you cheerful. Section Glxxxi. Yudhishthira said, How great was the love of virtue possessed by Vritra of immeasurable energy, whose knowledge was incomparable and whose devotion to Vishnu was so great. The status occupied by Vishnu of immeasurable energy is exceedingly difficult of apprehension. How, O tiger among kings, could Vritra, who was an Asura, comprehend it so well? Thou hast spoken of Vritra's acts. I too have listened to thee in full faith. In consequence, however, of my seeing that one point in thy discourse is unintelligible, and that, therefore, it requires explanation, my curiosity has been roused for questioning thee again. 1387. How, indeed, was Vritra, who was virtuous, devoted to Vishnu, endued with knowledge of truth derivable from a just comprehension of the Upanishads and Vedanta, vanquished by Indra, O foremost of men? O chief of the Bharatas, resolve me this doubt. Indeed, tell me, O tiger among kings, how Vritra was vanquished by Sakra. 1388. O grandsire, O thou of mighty arms, tell me in detail how the battle took place between the chief of the deities and the foremost of Asuras. My curiosity to hear it is very great. Bhishma said, In days of yore, Indra, accompanied by the celestial forces, proceeded on his car, and beheld the Asura of Vritra stationed before him like a mountain. He was full 500 yojanas in height, O chastiser of foes, and 300 yojanas in circumference. Beholding that form of Vritra, which was incapable of being vanquished by the three worlds united together, the celestial became penetrated with fear and full of anxiety. Indeed, suddenly seeing that gigantic form of his antagonist, O king, Indra was struck with palsy in the lower extremities. Then, on the eve of that great battle between the deities and the Asuras, there arose loud shouts from both sides, and drums and other musical instruments began to beat and blow. Beholding Sakra stationed before him, O thou of Kuru's race, Vritra felt neither awe nor fear, nor was he disposed to muster all his energies for the fight. 1389. Then the encounter commenced, inspiring the three worlds with terror, between Indra, the chief of the deities, and Vritra of high soul. The entire welkin was enveloped by the combats of both sides, with swords and axes and lances and darts and spears and heavy clubs and rocks of diverse sizes and bows of loud twang and diverse kinds of celestial weapons and fires and burning brands. All the celestials with grandsire at the head, and all the highly blessed rishis, came to witness the battle on their foremost of cars, and the siddhas also, O bull of Bharata's race, and the Gandharvas, with the Apsaras, on their own beautiful and foremost of cars, came there for the same purpose. Then Vritra, that foremost of virtuous persons, quickly overwhelmed the welkin and the chief of the deities with a thick shower of rocks. The celestials, at this, filled with rage, dispelled with their showers of arrows that thick downpour of rocks showered by Vritra in battle. Then Vritra, O tiger among the Kurus, possessed of mighty strength and endued with large powers of illusion, stupefied the chief of the deities by fighting wholly with the aid of his powers of illusion. When he of 100 sacrifices, thus afflicted by Vritra, was overcome by stupefaction, the sage Vasishtha restored him to his senses by uttering samanas. 1390. Vasishtha said, Thou art the foremost of the gods, O chief of the deities, O slayer of Daityas and Asuras. The strength of the three worlds has in thee. Why, then, O Sakra, dost thou languish so? There, Brahman, and Vishnu, and Shiva, that Lord of the universe, the illustrious and divine Soma, and all the highest rishis, stand, beholding thee. Do not, O Sakra, yield to weakness, like an ordinary person. Firmly resolved on battle, slay thy foes, O chief of the celestials. There, that master of all the worlds, viz., the three-eyed Shiva, the adored of all the worlds, is eyeing thee. Cast off this stupefaction, O chief of the celestials. There, those regenerate rishis, headed by Vrihaspati, are praising thee for thy victory in celestial hymns. 1391. Bhishma continued, while Vasava of great energy was thus being restored to consciousness by the high-souled Vasishtha, his strength became greatly enhanced. The illustrious chastiser of Parthivan, relying upon his intelligence, had recourse to high yoga and with its aid dispelled these illusions of Vritra. Then Vrihaspati, the son of Angiras, and those foremost of rishis possessed of great prosperity, beholding the prowess of Vritra, repaired to Mahadeva, and impelled by the desire of benefiting the three worlds, urged him to destroy the great Asura. The energy of that illustrious Lord of the universe thereupon assumed the character of a fierce fever and penetrated the body of Vritra, the Lord of Asuras. 1392. The illustrious and divine Vishnu, adored of all the worlds, bent upon protecting the universe, entered the thunderbolt of Indra. Then Vrihaspati of great intelligence and Vasishtha of exceeding energy, and all the other foremost of rishis, repairing to him of 100 sacrifices, viz., the boon-giving Vasava, the adored of all the worlds, addressed him, saying, "Slay Vritra, O puissant one, without delay." Mahabharata said, "Yonder, O Sakra, stands the great Vritra, accompanied by a great force. He is the soul of the universe, capable of going everywhere, endued with large powers of illusion, and possessed of great celebrity. This foremost of Asuras is, therefore, incapable of being vanquished by even the three worlds united together. Aided by yoga, do thou slay him, O chief of the deities. Do not disregard him. For full 60,000 years, O chief of the celestials, Vritra practiced the severest penances for obtaining strength. Brahman gave him the boons he had solicited, viz., the greatness that belongs to yogins, large powers of illusion, excess of might, and superabundant energy. I impart to thee my energy, O Vasava. The Danava has now lost his coolness. Do thou, therefore, slay him now with thy thunderbolt." Sakra said, "Before thy eyes, O foremost of gods, I shall, through thy grace, slay with my thunderbolt this invincible son of Dati." Bhishma continued, "When the great Asura or Daitya was overtaken by that fever, born of Mahadeva's energy, the deities and the rishis, filled with joy, uttered loud cheers. At the same time drums, and conchs of loud blare, and kettle drums and tabors began to beat and blow by thousands. Suddenly all the Asuras became afflicted with a loss of memory. In a trice, their powers of illusion also disappeared. The rishis and the deities, ascertaining the foe to be thus possessed, uttered the praises of both Sakra and Dizana, and began to urge the former to make no delay in destroying Vritra. The form that Indra assumed on the eve of the encounter, while seated on his car and while his praises were being hymned by the rishis, became such that none could look at it without awe. 1393. Section Kxxi. Bhishma said, "Listen, O king, to me as I tell thee the symptoms that appeared on the body of Vritra when he was overtaken by that fever, born of the energy of Mahadeva. The heroic Asura's mouth began to emit flames of fire. He became exceedingly pale. His body began to tremble all over. His breath became hard and thick. His hairs stood on end. His memory, O Bharata, issued out of his mouth in the form of a fierce, dreadful, and inauspicious jackal. Burning and blazing meteors fell on his right and left. Vultures and kanakas and cranes, gathering together, uttered fierce cries as they wheeled over Vritra's head. Then, in that encounter, Indra, adored by the gods, and armed with a thunderbolt, looked hard at the Daitya as the latter sat on his car. Possessed by that violent fever, the mighty Asura, O monarch, yawned and uttered inhuman cries. 1394. While the Asura was yawning, Indra hurled his thunderbolt at him. Endued with exceedingly great energy and resembling the fire that destroys the creation at the end of the Yuga, that thunderbolt overthrew in a trice Vritra of gigantic form. Loud shouts were once more uttered by the gods on all sides when they beheld Vritra slain, O bull of Bharata's race. Having slain Vritra, Maghavat, that foe of the Danavas, possessed of great fame, entered heaven with that thunderbolt pervaded by Vishnu. Just then, O thou of Kuru's race, the sin of Brahmanicide, in her embodied form, fierce and awful and inspiring all the worlds with dread, issued out of the body of the slain Vritra. Of terrible teeth and awful, hideous for ugliness, and dark and tawny, with hair dishevelled, and dreadful eyes, O Bharata, with a garland of skulls round her neck, and looking like an Atharvan incantation, in its embodied form, O bull of Bharata's race, covered all over with blood, and clad in rags and barks of trees, O thou of righteous soul, she came out of Vritra's body. Of such dreadful form and mien, O monarch, she sought the wielder of the thunderbolt, for possessing him. A little while after, O thou of Kuru's race, the slayer of Vritra, on some purpose connected with the good of the three worlds, was proceeding towards heaven. Beholding Indra of great energy thus proceeding on his mission, she seized the chief of the deities and from that moment stuck to him. 1395. When the sin of Brahmanicide thus stuck to his person and inspired him with terror, Indra entered the fibers of a lotus stalk and dwelt there for many long years. But the sin of Brahmanicide pursued him closely. Indeed, O son of Kuru, seized by her, Indra became deprived of all his energies. He made great efforts for driving her from him, but all those efforts proved abortive. Seized by her, O bull of Bharata's race, the chief of the deities at last presented himself before the grandsire and worshipped him by bending his head low. Understanding that Sakra was possessed by the sin of Brahmanicide, 1396, Brahman began to reflect, O best of the Bharatas, upon the means of freeing his suppliant. The grandsire at last, O thou with mighty arms, addressed Brahmanicide in a sweet voice as if from the desire of pacifying her, and said, O amiable one, let the chief of the celestials, who is a favourite of mine, be freed from thee. Tell me, what I shall do for thee. What wish of thine shall I accomplish? Brahmanicide said, when the creator of the three worlds, when the illustrious God adored by the universe, hath been pleased with me, I regard my wishes as already accomplished. Let my residence be now appointed. Desirous of preserving the worlds, this rule had been made by thee. It was thou, O Lord, that didst introduce this important ordinance. 1397. As thou hast been gratified with me, O righteous Lord, O puissant Master of all the worlds, I shall certainly leave Sakra, but grant me an abode to dwell in. Bhishma continued. The grandsire replied unto Brahmanicide, saying, So be it. Indeed, the grandsire discovered means for dispelling Brahmanicide from the person of Indra. The self-create recollected the high Sildagni. The latter immediately presented himself to Brahman and said these words, O illustrious and divine Lord, O thou that art without any defect, I have appeared before thee. It behoveth thee to say what I shall have to accomplish. Brahman said, I shall divide this sin of Brahmanicide into several portions. For freeing Sakra from her, do thou take a fourth portion of that sin. Agni said, How shall I be rescued from her, O Brahman? O puissant Lord, do thou appoint the way. I desire to know the means of my own rescue, in detail, O adored of all the worlds. Brahman said, Unto that man who, overwhelmed by the quality of dharmas, will abstain from offering thee as an oblation, when he beholds thee in thy blazing form, seeds, herbs, and juices, that portion of Brahmanicide which thou wilt take upon thyself shall immediately enter, and leaving thee shall dwell in him. O carrier of oblations, let the fever of thy heart be dispelled. Bhishma said, thus addressed by the grandsire, the eater of oblations and sacrificial offerings accepted his command. A fourth of that sin then entered his person, O king. The grandsire then summoned the trees, the herbs, and all kinds of grass to him, and solicited them to take upon themselves a fourth of that sin. Addressed by him, the trees and herbs and grasses became as much agitated as Agni had been at the request, and they replied unto grandsire, saying, How shall we, O grandsire of all the worlds, be ourselves rescued from this sin? It behoveth thee not to afflict us that have already been afflicted by the fates. O God, we have always to endure heat and cold and the showers of the clouds, driven by the winds, in addition to the cutting and the tearing that we have to suffer at the hands of men. We are willing, O Lord of the three worlds, to take at thy command a portion of this sin of Brahmanicide. Let the means, however, of our rescue be pointed out to us. Brahman said, This sin that you shall take shall possess the man who through stupefaction of judgment will cut or tear any of you when farther days come. Bhishma said, thus addressed by the high-souled Brahmin, the trees and herbs and grasses adored the Creator and then went away without tarrying there. The grandsire of all the worlds then summoned the Apsaras and gratifying them with sweet words, O Bharata, said, this foremost of ladies, viz. Brahmanicide, has come out of Indra's person. Solicited by me, do you take a fourth portion of her into your own persons, for saving the chief of the deities? The Apsaras said, O Lord of all the gods, at thy command we are fully willing to take a portion of the sin. But, O grandsire, do thou think of the means by which we ourselves may be freed from the effects of this understanding that we make with thee. Brahman said, let the fever of your heart be dispelled. The portion of the sin that you will take upon yourselves shall leave you for instantly possessing that man who will seek congress with women in their menstrual season. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by the grandsire, O bull of Bharata's race, the diverse tribes of the Apsaras, with cheerful souls, repaired to their respective places and began to sport and delight. The illustrious creator of the three worlds, endued with great ascetic merit, then recollected the waters which immediately came to him. Arrived at the presence of Brahman of immeasurable energy, the waters bowed unto him and said these words, we have come before thee, O chastiser of foes, at thy command. O puissant master of all the worlds, tell us what we are to accomplish. Brahman said, this dreadful sin hath taken possession of Indra, in consequence of his having slain Vritra. Take ye a fourth part of Brahmanicide. The waters said, let it be as thou commandest, O master of all the worlds. It behoveth thee, however, O puissant Lord of ours, to think of the means by which we may, in our turn, be rescued from the consequence of this understanding. Thou art the Lord of all the deities, and the supreme refuge of the universe. Who else is there to whom we may pay our adorations so that he may relieve us from distress? Brahman said, unto that man who stupefied by his understanding and regarding you lightly will cast into you phlegm and urine and excreta, this one shall immediately go and henceforth reside in him. It is in this way, verily I say unto ye, that your rescue shall be accomplished. Bhishma continued, then the sin of Brahmanicide, O Yudhishthira, leaving the chief of the deities, proceeded to the abodes that were ordained for her at the grandsire's command. It was thus, O ruler of men, that Indra had become afflicted by that dreadful sin, and it was thus that he got rid of her. With the grandsire's permission, Indra then resolved to perform a horse sacrifice. It is heard, O monarch, that Indra, having been thus possessed by the sin of Brahmanicide, afterwards became cleansed of her through that sacrifice. Regaining his prosperity and slaying thousands of foes, great was the joy that Vasudeva obtained, O Lord of earth. From the blood of Vritra, O son of Pritha, were born high-crested cocks. For this reason, those fowls are unclean, as food, for the regenerate classes, and those ascetics that have undergone the rite of initiation. Under all circumstances, O king, do thou accomplish what is agreeable to the twice-born, for those, O monarch, are known as gods on earth. It was in this way, O thou of Kuru's race, that the mighty Asura Vritra was slain by Sakra of immeasurable energy by the aid of subtle intelligence and through the application of means. Thou also, O son of Kunti, unvanquished on earth, wilt become another Indra and the slayer of all thy foes. Those men who, on every Parva day, will recite this sacred narrative of Vritra in the midst of Brahmanas shall never be stained by any sin. I have now recited to thee one of the greatest and most wonderful feats of Indra connected with Vritra. What else dost thou wish to hear? Section XXXI. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, Thou art possessed of great wisdom and thoroughly conversant with every branch of learning. From this very narrative of the slaughter of Ritra the wish has arisen in my mind of asking thee a question. Thou hast said, O ruler of men, that Vritra was, first, stupefied by fever, and that then, O sinless one, he was slain by Vasava with a thunderbolt. How did this fever, O thou with great wisdom, arise? O Lord, I desire to hear in detail of the origin of fever. Bhishma said, Listen, O king, to the origin, celebrated over all the world, of fever. I shall speak in detail on this topic, fully explaining how fever first sprang into existence, O Bharata. In days of yore, O monarch, there was a summit, named Savitri, of the mountains of Meru. Worshipped by all the worlds, it was endued with great splendor and adorned with every kind of jewels and gems. That summit was immeasurable in extent and thither no one could go. 1398. On that mountain summit the divine Mahadeva used to sit in splendor as if on a bedstead adorned with gold. The daughter of the king of mountains, sitting by his side, shone in brilliance. 1399. The high-souled deities, the Vasas of immeasurable energy, the high-souled Aswins, those foremost of physicians, and King Vaisravana, waited upon by many a Gayaka, that lord of the Yakshas, endued with prosperity and puissance, and having his abode on the summit of Kailasa, all waited upon the high-souled Mahadeva, and the great sage Usanas, and the foremost of rishis, having Sanat Kumara for their first, and the other celestial rishis headed by Angiras, and the Gandharvas Vavasu, and Narada and Parvata, and the diverse tribes of Apsaras, all came there to wait upon the Master of the universe. A pure and auspicious breeze, bearing diverse kinds of perfumes, blew there. The trees that stood there were adorned with the flowers of every season. A large number of Vidyadharas and Siddhas and ascetics too, O Bharata, repaired thither for waiting upon Mahadeva, the Lord of all creatures. Many ghostly beings, also, of diverse forms and aspects, and many dreadful Rakshasas and mighty Pisachas, of diverse aspects, mad with joy, and armed with the diverse kinds of uplifted weapons, forming the train of Mahadeva, were there, every one of whom resembled a blazing fire in energy. The illustrious Nandi stood there at the command of the great god, blazing with his own energy and armed with a lance that resembled a flame of fire. Ganga also, that foremost of all rivers and born of all sacred waters in the universe, waited there in her embodied form, O son of Kuru's race, upon that illustrious deity. Thus adored by the celestial rishis and the gods, the illustrious Mahadeva of immeasurable energy dwelt on that summit of Meru. After some time had passed away, the Prajapati Daksha 1400 commenced to perform a sacrifice according to the ancient rites laid down in the Vedas. And to the sacrifice of Daksha, all the deities headed by Sakra, assembling together, resolved to repair. It hath been heard by us that the high-souled deities, with the permission of Mahadeva, mounted their celestial cars resembling the fire or the sun in splendor, and proceeded to that spot, on the Himavat, whence the Ganges is said to issue. Beholding the deities depart, the excellent daughter of the King of Mountains addressed her divine spouse, viz., the Lord of all creatures, and said, O illustrious one, whither are those deities headed by Satsa going? O thou that art conversant with the truth, tell me truly, for a great doubt has filled my mind. Maeswara said, O lady that art highly blessed, the excellent Prajapati Daksha is adoring the gods in a horse sacrifice. These denizens of heaven are proceeding even thither. Amma said, Why, O Mahadeva, dost thou not proceed to that sacrifice? What objection is there of thy going to that place? Maeswara said, O highly blessed lady, the deities and days of your made an arrangement in consequence of which no share was assigned to me of offerings in all sacrifices. Agreeably to the course that was sanctioned in consequence of that arrangement, O thou of the fairest complexion, the deities do not give me, following the old custom, any share of the sacrificial offerings. Amma said, O illustrious one, among all beings thou art the foremost in puissance, in merit, in energy, in fame, and in prosperity. Thou yieldest to none, and thou art, indeed, superior to all. In consequence, however, of this disability in respect of a share in the sacrificial offerings, I am filled with great grief, O sinless one, and a tremor overtakes me from head to foot. Bhishma continued, the goddess Parvati, having said these words unto her divine spouse, the Lord of all creatures, O monarch, remained silent, her heart burning the while in grief. Then Mahadeva, understanding what was in her heart and what her thoughts were, for wiping off that disgrace, addressed Nandi, saying, Wait here, by the goddess. Summoning all his yoga force, that lord of all lords of yoga, that god of gods, that wielder of Pinaka, possessed of mighty energy, quickly proceeded to the place where Daksha was sacrificing, accompanied by all his terrible followers, and destroyed that sacrifice. Amongst these followers of his, some uttered loud cries, and some laughed terribly, and some, O king, extinguished the sacrificial fires with blood, and some, possessed of awful faces, pulling up the sacrificial stakes, began to whirl them. Others began to devour those that were ministering to the sacrifice. Then that sacrifice, thus afflicted on every side, assumed the form of a deer and sought to fly away through the skies. Ascertaining that the sacrifice was running away in that form, the puissant Mahadeva began to pursue him with bow and arrow. In consequence of the wrath that then filled the heart of that foremost of all gods, possessed of immeasurable energy, a dreadful drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. When that drop of sweat fell down on the earth, there forthwith appeared a blazing fire resembling the all-destructive conflagration that appears at the end of a yuga. From that fire issued a dreadful being, O monarch, of very short stature, possessed of blood-red eyes and a green beard. His body was covered entirely with hair like a hawk's or an owl's, and his hair stood erect. Of dreadful aspect, his complexion was dark and his attire blood-red. Like a fire burning a heap of dry grass or straw, that being of great energy quickly consumed the embodied form of sacrifice. Having accomplished that feat, he then rushed towards the deities and the rishis that had assembled there. The deities, filled with fear, fled in all directions. In consequence of that being's dread, the earth, O monarch, began to tremble. 1,401 exclamations of "Oh" and "Alas" arose throughout the universe. Marking this, the puissant grandsire, showing himself unto Mahadeva, addressed him in the following words. Brahman said, O puissant one, the deities will henceforth yield thee a share of the sacrificial offerings. O Lord of all the deities, let this wrath of thine be withdrawn by thee. O scorcher of foes, there, those gods, and the rishis, in consequence of thy wrath, O Mahadeva, have become exceedingly agitated. This being also, that hath sprung from thy sweat, O foremost of gods, shall wander among creatures, O righteous souled one, under the name of fever. O puissant one, if the energy of this being remains all collected together, then the entire earth herself will not be able to bear him. Let him, therefore, be distributed into many parts. When Brahman had said these words, and when his proper share was appointed of the sacrificial offerings, Mahadeva replied unto the grandsire of great energy, saying, So be it. Indeed, the wielder of Pinaka, viz. Bhava, smiled a little and became filled with joy. And he accepted the share that the grandsire appointed of the offerings and sacrifices. Conversant with the properties of everything, Mahadeva then distributed fever into many portions, for the peace of all creatures. Listen, O son, as to how he did this. The heat that is perceptible in the heads of elephants, the bitumen of mountains, 1402, the moss that floats on water, the slough of snakes, the sores that appear in the hoofs of bulls, the sterile tracts of earth that are full of saline matter, the dullness of vision of all animals, the diseases that appear in the throats of horses, the crests appearing on the heads of peacocks, the eye disease of the coal, 1403, each of these was named fever by the high Sud Mahadeva. This is what has been heard by us. The liver disease also of sheep, and the hiccup of parrots are also each known as forms of fever. To this must be added the toil that tigers undergo, for that also, O righteous king, is known as a form of fever. Besides these, O Bharata, amongst men, fever enters all bodies at the time of birth, of death, and on other occasions. This then that is called fever is known to be the dreadful energy of Mahabharata. He is endued with authority over all creatures and should, therefore, be held in respect and worshipped by all. It was by him that Vritra, that foremost of virtuous persons, was overtaken when he yawned. It was then that Sakra hurled his thunderbolt at him. Thunderbolt, penetrating the body of Vritra, O Bharata, divided him in twain. Divided in twain by the thunderbolt, the mighty Asura, possessed of great yoga powers, proceeded to the region of Vishnu of immeasurable energy. It was in consequence of his devotion to Vishnu that he had succeeded in overwhelming the whole universe. And it was in consequence of his devotion to Vishnu that he ascended, when slain, to the region of Vishnu. Thus, O son, adverting to the story of Vritra, have I recited to thee the narrative in detail of fever. Upon what else shall I speak to thee? That man who will read this account of the origin of fever with close attention and cheerful heart shall become free from disease and shall always have happiness for his share. Filled with gladness, he shall have all the wishes accomplished upon which he may set his heart. Section Glxxxif. Janamjaya said, How, O Brahmana, was the horse sacrifice of the Prajapati Daksha, the son of Prishitas, destroyed during the age of Vayavaswata Manu? Understanding that the goddess Amma had become filled with rage and grief, the puissant Mahadeva, who is the soul of all things, gave way to wrath. How, again, through his grace, was Daksha enabled to reunite the divided limbs of that sacrifice? I desire to know all this. Tell me all this, O Brahmana, truly as it occurred. Vaisampayana said, In days of your Daksha made arrangements for performing a sacrifice on the breast of Himavat in that sacred region inhabited by rishis and siddhas where the Ganges issues out of the mountains. Overgrown with trees and creepers of diverse kinds, that spot abounded with Gandharvas and Apsaras. Surrounded by crowds of rishis, Daksha, that foremost of virtuous men, that progenitor of creatures, was waited upon by the denizens of the earth, the firmament, and the heavens, with their hands joined together in reverence. The gods, the Danavas, the Gandharvas, the Pisachas, the snakes, the Rakshasas, the two Gandharvas named Haha and Hu, Tamveru and Narada, Viswavasu, Viswasana, the Gandharvas and the Apsaras, the Adityas, the Vasas, the Rudras, the Sadhyas, the Marats, all came there with Indra for sharing in the sacrifice. The drinkers of Soma, the drinkers of smoke, the drinkers of Aegea, the Rishis, and the Baitras came there with the Brahmanas. These, and many other living creatures belonging to the four orders, viz., viviparous and oviparous and filth-born and vegetable, were invited to that sacrifice. The gods also, with their spouses, respectfully invited thereto, came on their celestial cars and seated thereon shone like blazing fires. Beholding them, the Rishi Dadichi became filled with grief and wrath, and said, This is neither a sacrifice nor a meritorious rite of religion, since Rudra is not adored in it. Ye are certainly exposing yourselves to death and chains. Alas, how untoward is the course of time! Stupefied by error, you do not behold that destruction awaits you. A terrible calamity stands at your door in course of this great sacrifice. Ye are blind to it. Having said these words, that great yogin saw into the future with eyes of yoga, contemplation. He beheld Mahadeva and his divine spouse, viz., that giver of excellent boons, seated on the summit of Kailasa, with a high-souled Narada sitting beside the goddess. Conversant with yoga, Dadichi became highly gratified, having ascertained what was about to happen. All the deities and others that had come there were of one mind with reference to the omission to invite the Lord of all creatures. Dadichi alone, desirous of leaving that spot, then said, by worshipping one who should not be worshipped, and by refusing to worship him who should be worshipped, a man incurs the sin of homicide forever. I have never before spoken an untruth, and an untruth I shall never speak. Here in the midst of the gods and the rishis I say the truth. The protector of all creatures, the creator of the universe, the Lord of all, the puissant master, the taker of sacrificial offerings, will soon come to this sacrifice, and you all shall see him. Daksha said, we have many Rudras armed with lances and bearing matted locks on their heads. They are 11 in number. I know them all, but I do not know who this new Rudra, Mahabharata is. Dadichi said, this seems to be the counsel of all that are here, viz., that Mahabharata should not be invited. As, however, I do not behold any god that can be said to be superior to him, I am sure that this proposed sacrifice of Daksha will certainly be overtaken by destruction. Daksha said, here, in this vessel of gold, intended for the Lord of all sacrifices, is the sacrificial offering sanctified by mantras and rites, according to the ordinance. I intend to make this offering unto Vishnu who is beyond compare. He is puissant and the master of all, and unto him should sacrifices be performed. Meanwhile, continued Vasampayana, the goddess sitting with her lord, said these words. Amma said, what are those gifts, what those vows, and what are those penances, that I should make or undergo by means of which my illustrious husband may be able to obtain a half or a third share of the offerings and sacrifices? And to his wife who was agitated with grief and who repeated these words, the illustrious Mahadeva said with a joyous countenance, thou dost not know me, O goddess. Thou knowest not, O thou of delicate limbs and low belly, what words are proper to be addressed to the Lord of sacrifices. O lady of large eyes, I know that it is only the sinful, who are bereft of contemplation, that do not understand me. 1404. It is through thy power of illusion that the deities with Indra at the head and the 3 worlds all become stupefied. 1405. It is to me that the chanters utter their praises in sacrifices. It is to me that the Saman singers sing their Athantaras. It is to me that Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas perform their sacrifices. And it is to me that the Advaryas dedicate the shares of sacrificial offerings. The goddess said, persons of even ordinary abilities applaud themselves and indulge in the presence of their spouses. There is no doubt in this. The Holy One said, O Queen of all the gods, I do not certainly applaud my own self. Behold now, O Lady of slender waist, what I do. Behold the being that I will create, O thou of the fairest complexion, for destroying this sacrifice that has displeased thee, O my beautiful spouse. Having said these words unto his spouse, Amma, who was dearer to him than his own life, the puissant Mahadeva created from his mouth a terrible being whose very sight could make one's hair stand on its end. The blazing flames that emanated from his body rendered him exceedingly awful to behold. His arms were many in number, and in each was a weapon that struck the beholder with fear. That being, thus created, stood before the great God, with joined hands, and said, "What commands shall I have to accomplish?" Mahabharata answered him, saying, "Go and destroy the sacrifice of Daksha." Thus ordered, that being of leonine prowess who had issued from the mouth of Mahadeva, desired to destroy the sacrifice of Daksha, without putting forth all his energy and without the assistance of anyone else, for dispelling the wrath of Amma. Urged by her wrath, the spouse of Mahabharata, herself assuming a dreadful form that is known by the name Mahakali, proceeded in the company of that being who had issued from Mahadeva's mouth, for witnessing with her own eyes the act of destruction which was her own, for it was she who had impelled her lord to accomplish it for her sake. That mighty being then set out, having obtained the permission of Mahadeva and having bowed his head unto him. In energy, strength, and form, he resembled Mahabharata himself who had created him. Indeed, he was the living embodiment of Mahadeva's wrath. Of immeasurable might and energy, and of immeasurable courage and prowess, he came to be called by the name of Virabhadra, that dispeller of the goddess's wrath. He then created from the pores of his body a large number of spirit chiefs known by the name of Ramyas. Those fierce bands of spirits, endued with terrible energy and prowess and resembling Rudra himself on that account, rushed with the force of thunder to that place where Daksha was making preparations for his sacrifice, impelled by the desire of destroying it. Possessed of dreadful and gigantic forms, they numbered by hundreds and thousands. They filled the sky with their confused cries and shrieks. That noise filled the denizens of heaven with fear. The very mountains were riven and the earth trembled. Whirlwinds began to blow. The ocean rose in a surge. The fires that were kindled refused to blaze up. The sun became dimmed. The planets, the stars, and constellations, and the moon no longer shone. The rishis, the gods, and human beings looked pale. A universal darkness spread over earth and sky. The insulted Rudras began to set fire to everything. Some amongst them of terrible form began to smite and strike. Some tore up the sacrificial stakes. Some began to grind and others to crush. Endued with the speed of wind or thought, some began to rush close and far. Some began to break the sacrificial vessels and the celestial ornaments. The scattered fragments strewed the ground like stars bespangling the firmament. Heaps of excellent viands, of bottles of drink, and of eatables there were that looked like mountains. Rivers of milk ran on every side, with clarified butter and beer for their mire, creamy curds for their water, and crystallized sugar for their sands. Those rivers contained all the 6 tastes. There were lakes of treacle that looked very beautiful, meat of diverse kinds, of the best quality, and other eatables of various sorts, and many excellent varieties of drink, and several other kinds of food that might be licked and sucked, began to be eaten by that army of spirits with diverse mouths. And they began to cast off and scatter those varieties of food in all directions. In consequence of Rudra's wrath, every one of those gigantic beings looked like the all-destructive Yuga fire. Agitating the celestial troops, they caused them to tremble with fear and fly away in all directions. Those fierce spirits sported with one another, and seizing the celestial damsels shoved and hurled them on all sides. Of fear steeds, those beings, impelled by Rudra's wrath, very soon burnt that sacrifice, although it was protected with great care by all the deities. Loud were the roars they uttered, which struck every living creature with dread. Having torn off the head of sacrifice, they indulged in glee and shouts. Then the gods, headed by Brahman, and that progenitor of creatures, viz. Daksha, joining their hands in reverence, addressed that mighty being, saying, "Tell us who thou art." Virabhadra said, "I am neither Rudra nor his spouse, the goddess Amma. nor have I come here for partaking of the fare provided in this sacrifice. Knowing the fact of Amma's wrath, the puissant Lord who is the soul of all creatures has given way to wrath. I have not come here for seeing these foremost of Brahmanas. I have not come here urged by curiosity. Know that I have come here for destroying this sacrifice of yours. I am known by the name of Virabhadra, and I have sprung from the wrath of Rudra. This lady, who is my companion, and who is called Bhadrakali, hath sprung from the wrath of the goddess. We have both been dispatched by that god of gods, and we have accordingly come here. O foremost of Brahmanas, seek the protection of that lord of the deities, the spouse of Amma. It is preferable to incur even the wrath of that foremost of gods than to obtain boons from any other deity. Hearing the words of Virabhadra, Daksha, that foremost of all righteous persons, bowed down unto Mahabharata and sought to gratify him by uttering the following hymn: I throw myself at the feet of the effulgent Dhyana, who is eternal, immutable, and indestructible, who is the foremost of all gods, who is endued with high soul, who is the Lord of all the universe. Here follow 5.5 slokas which appear to be interpolations. His praises having thus been hymned, the great god, Mahadeva, suspending both prana and apana, the two foremost of the 5 life breaths, by shutting his mouth properly, and casting benignant glances on every side, showed himself the possessed of many eyes, that vanquisher of all foes, that lord of even the gods of all gods, suddenly arose from within the pit in which was kept the sacrificial fire, possessed of the effulgence of 1,000 suns, and looking like another Samvataka. The great god smiled gently at Daksha, and addressing him, said, What, O Brahmana, shall I do for you? At this juncture, the preceptor of all the deities adored Mahadeva with the Vedic verses contained in the moksha sections. Then that progenitor of all creatures, viz., Daksha, joining his hands in reverence, filled with dread and fear, exceedingly agitated, and with face and eyes bathed in tears, addressed the great god in the following words. Daksha said, If the great god has been gratified with me, if indeed I have become an object of favor with him, if I have deserved his kindness, if the great Lord of all creatures is disposed to grant me boons, then let all these articles of mine that have been burnt, eaten, drunk, swallowed, destroyed, broken, and polluted, let all these articles, collected in course of these articles, be of use to me. Even this is the boon I crave. And to him the many long years, and with great care and effort, go not for nothing. Let these articles be of use to me. Even this is the boon I crave. And to him the illustrious Hara, the tearer of Bhaga's eyes, said, Let it be as thou sayest. Even these were the words of that illustrious progenitor of all creatures, that god of 3 eyes, that protector of righteousness. 1406, having obtained that boon from Bhava, Daksha knelt down to him and adored that deity, having the bull for his mark, by uttering his 1,008 names. Section CCLXXXV. Yudhishthira said, It behoveth thee, O sire, to tell me those names by which Daksha, that progenitor of creatures, adored the great deity. O sinless one, a reverent curiosity impels me to hear them. Bhishma said, Hear, O Bharata, what the names, both secret and proclaimed, are of that god of gods, that deity of extraordinary feats, that ascetic of secret vows. Daksha said, I bow to thee, O Lord of all the gods, to the destroyer of the forces of the Asuras. Thou art the paralyzer of the strength of the celestial chief himself. Thou art adored by both gods and Danavas. Thou art 1,000-eyed, thou art fierce-eyed, and thou art 3-eyed. Thou art the friend of the ruler of the Yakshas. Thy hands and feet extend in all directions to all places. Thy eyes also and head and mouth are turned on all sides. Thy ears too are everywhere in the universe, and thou art thyself everywhere, O Lord. Thou art shaft-eared, thou art large-eared, and thou art pot-eared. Thou art the receptacle of the ocean. Thy ears are like those of the elephant, or of the bull, or like extended palms. Salutations to thee. Thou hast 100 stomachs, 100 revolutions, and 100 tongues. I bow to thee. The utterers of the Gayatri sing thy praises in uttering the Gayatri, and the worshippers of the sun adore thee in adoring the Sunday. The Rishis regard thee as Brahmana, as Indra, and as their illimitable firmament above. O thou of mighty form, the ocean and the sky are thy two forms. All the deities dwell in thy form, even as kind well within the fold. In thy body I behold Soma, and Agni, and the Lord of the waters, and Aditya, and Vishnu, and Brahmana, and Vrihaspati. Thou, O illustrious one, art cause and effect and action, an instrument of everything unreal and real, and thou art creation and destruction. I bow unto thee that art called Bhava and Sava and Rudra. I bow unto thee that art the giver of boons. I bow always unto thee that art the Lord of all creatures. Salutations to thee that art the slayer of Andaka. Salutations to thee that hast 3 matted locks, to thee that hast 3 heads, to thee that art armed with an excellent trident, to thee that hast 3 eyes, and that art, therefore, called Triamvaka and Trinitra. Salutations to thee that art the destroyer of the triple city. Salutations to thee that art called Chanda and Kunda, to thee that art their universal egg, and also the bearer of the universal egg, to thee that art the holder of the ascetic's stick, to thee that hast ears everywhere, and to thee that art called Dandamanda. Salutations to thee whose teeth and hair are turned upwards, to thee that art stainless and white, and that art stretched all over the universe, to thee that art red, to thee that art tawny, and to thee that hast a blue throat. Salutations to thee that art of incomparable form, that art of dreadful form, and that art highly auspicious. To thee that art Surya, that hast a garland of Suryas round thy neck, and that hast standards and flags bearing the device of Surya. Salutations to thee that art the Lord of spirits and ghosts, to thee that art bull-necked, and that art armed with the bow, to thee that crushest all foes, to thee that art the personification of chastisement, and to thee that art clad in leaves of trees and rags. Salutations to thee that bearest gold in thy stomach, to thee that art cased in golden mail, to thee that art gold-crested, to thee that art the Lord of all the gold in the world. Salutations to thee that hast been adored, that deservest to be adored, and that art still being adored, to thee that art all things, that devourest all things, and that art the soul of all things. Salutations to thee that art the haughty in sacrifices, that art there, Vedic mantras uttered in sacrifices, and that ownest white flags and standards. Salutations to thee that art the navel of the universe, that art both cause and effect in the form of the 5 primal elements, and that art the cover of all covers. Salutations to thee that art called Krishnasa, that art of thin limbs, and that art thin. Salutations to thee that art always cheerful, and that art the personification of confused sounds and voices. Salutations to thee that art about to be stretched on the earth, that art already stretched, and that standing upright. Salutations to thee that art fixed, that art running, that art bald, and that bearest matted locks on thy head. Salutation to thee that art fond of dancing, and that strikest thy puffed cheeks, making thy mouth a drum. 1407. Salutations to thee that art fond of lotuses that blow in rivers, and that art always fond of singing and playing on musical instruments. Salutations to thee that art the eldest born, that art the foremost of all creatures, and that art the crusher of the azure of Bala. Salutations to thee that art the master of time, that art the personification of Kalpa, that art the embodiment of all kinds of destruction, great and small. Salutations to thee that laughest awfully and as loud as the beat of a drum, and that observest dreadful vows. Salutations forever to thee that art fierce, and that hast 10 arms. Salutations to thee that art armed with bones, and that art fond of the ashes of the funeral pyres. Salutations to thee that art awful, that art terrible to behold, and that art an observer of dreadful vows and practices. Salutations to thee that ownest an ugly mouth, that hast a tongue resembling a scimitar, and that hast large teeth. Salutations to thee that art fond of both cooked and uncooked meat, and that regardest the gaudied vina as highly dear. Salutations to thee that causest train, that helpest the cause of righteousness, that art identifiable with the form of Nandi, and that art righteousness itself. Salutations to thee that art ever moving like wind in the other forces, that the controller of all things, and that art always engaged in cooking all creatures in the cauldron of time. 1408. Salutations to thee that art the foremost of all creatures, that art superior, and that art the giver of boons. Salutations to thee that hast the best of garlands, the best of scents, and the best of robes, and that givest the best of boons to the best of creatures. Salutations to thee that art detached, that art freed from all attachments, that art of the form of yoga contemplation, and that art adorned with a garland of akshas. Salutations to thee that art united as cause and disunited as effects, and that art the form of shadow and of light. Salutations to thee that art amiable, and that art frightful, and that art exceedingly so. Salutations to thee that art auspicious, that art tranquil, and that art most tranquil. Salutations to thee that art of one leg and many eyes, and that hast only one head, to thee that art fierce, to thee that art gratified with little offerings, and thee that art fond of equity. Salutations to thee that art the artificer of the universe, and that art ever united with the attribute of tranquillity. Salutations to thee that bearest a foe-frightening bell, that art of the form of the jingle made by a bell, and that art of the form of sound when it is not perceptible by the ear. 1409. Salutations to thee that art like 1,000 bells jingled together, and that art fond of a garland of bells, that art like the sound that the life-breaths make, that art of the form of all scents and of the confused noise of boiling liquids. Salutations to thee that art beyond 3 hands, and that art fond of 2 hands. Salutations to thee that art exceedingly tranquil, and that hast the shade of mountain trees for thy habitation. 1410. Thou art fond of the heart-flesh of all creatures, that cleansest from all sins, and that art of the form of sacrificial offerings. Salutations to thee that art of the form of sacrifice, that art the sacrificer himself, that art the Brahmana into whose mouth is poured the sacrificial butter, and that art the fire into which is poured the butter inspired with mantras. 1411. Salutations to thee that art of the form of sacrificial rituals, that hast thy senses under control, that art made of sattva, and that hast rajas also in thy make. Salutations to thee that art of the banks of rivers themselves, and of the Lord of all rivers, viz., the ocean. Salutations to thee that art the giver of the food, that art the Lord of all food, and that art identical with him that takes food. Salutations to thee that hast 1,000 heads and 1,000 feet, to thee that hast 1,000 tridents uplifted in thy hands, and 1,000 eyes. Salutations to thee that art of the form of the rising sun, and that art of the form of a child, that art the protector of attendants all of whom are of the form of children. 1412. And that art, besides, of the form of children's toys. Salutations to thee that art old, that art covetous, that art already agitated, and that art about to be agitated. Salutations to thee that hast locks of hair marked by the current of the Ganges, and that hast locks of hair resembling blades of manjad grass. Salutations to thee that art gratified with the 6 well-known acts, and that art devoted to the performance of the 3 acts. 1413. Salutations to thee that hast assigned the duties of the respective modes of life. Salutations to thee that deservest to be praised in sounds, that art of the form of sorrow, and that art of the form of deep and confused noise. Salutations to thee that hast eyes both white and tawny, as also dark and red. Salutations to thee that hast conquered thy vital breaths, that art of the form of weapons, that drivest all things, and that art exceedingly lean. Salutations to thee that always discoursest of religion, pleasure, profit, and emancipation. Salutations to thee that art a Sankhya, that art the foremost of Sankhyas, and that art the introducer of the Sankhya Yoga. 1414. Salutations to thee that hast a car and that art without a car, for thy journeys. 1415. Salutations to thee that hast the intersections of 4 roads for thy car, to thee that hast the skin of a black deer for thy upper garments, and that hast a snake for thy sacred thread. Salutations to thee that art Isana, that art of body as hard as thunderbolt, and that art of green locks. Salutations to thee that art of 3 eyes, that art the Lord of Amvika, that art manifest, and that art unmanifest. 1416. Salutations to thee that art desire, that art the giver of all desires, that art the killer of all desires, and that art the discriminator between the gratified and the ungratified. Salutations to thee that art all things, the giver of all things, and the destroyer of all things. Salutations to thee that art the hues which appear in the evening sky. Salutations to thee that art of mighty strength, that art of mighty arms, that art a mighty being, and that art of great effulgence. Salutations to thee that lookest like a mighty mass of clouds, and that art the embodiment of eternity. Salutations to thee that art of well-developed body, that art of emaciated limbs, that bearest matted locks on thy head, and that art clad in barks of trees and skins of animals. Salutations to thee that hast matted locks as effulgent as the sun or the fire, and that hast barks and skins for thy attire. Salutations to thee that art possessed of the effulgence of 1,000 suns, and that art ever engaged in penances. Salutations to thee that art the excitement of fever, and that art endued with matted locks drenched with the waters of the Ganges, characterized by hundreds of eddies. Salutations to thee that repeatedly revolvest the moon, the yugas, and the clouds. 1417. Thou art food, thou art he who eats that food, thou art the giver of food, thou art the grower of food, and thou art the creator of food. Salutations to thee that cookest food and that eatest cooked food, and that art both wind and fire. O Lord of all the lords of the gods, thou art the 4 orders of living creatures, viz., the viviparous, the oviparous, the filth-born, and plants. Thou art the creator of the mobile and immobile universe, and thou art their destroyer. O foremost of all persons conversant with Brahma, they that are conversant